Chicken nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit. Dip it all in mashed potato nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit. Dip it all in mashed potatoes. Dip it all in mashed potatoes. Dip the mashed potato covered chicken nugget biscuit in the barbecue sauce. Yum, yum, gimme! Chicken nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit. Dip it all in mashed potatoes. Nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit. Dip it all in mashed potatoes. Dip it all in mashed potatoes. Dip the mashed potato covered chicken nugget biscuit in the barbecue sauce. Yum, yum, gimme! Chicken nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit. Dip it all in mashed potato nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit. Dip it all in mashed potatoes. Dip it all in mashed potatoes. Dip the mashed potato covered chicken nugget biscuit in the barbecue sauce. Yum, yum, gimme! Chicken nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit. Dip it all in mashed potatoes. Nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit nugget, biscuit nugget and a biscuit. Dip it all in mashed potatoes. Dip it all in mashed potatoes. Dip the mashed potato covered chicken nugget biscuit in the barbecue sauce.
Hello. WPC got in trouble with his dad. I guess that's the first thing we're gonna look at then. Alright. Title suggests Pokemon autism. Yeah. You nailed it. You nailed it. That's the main thing. He's not going to cover WPC, he's going to do more React slop. What do you think looking at WPC is, brother? Hang on, is it in a live stream? Wait, oh no, this is a 7-month-old live stream. Looking at WPC counts as science. I learned of a British
Keep
business
your
today.
Prejudice out of my dang poke porn.
I learned about a British business today. I don't know if I can even say their slogan. I don't think I can even say their slogan. I can show it to you, but I don't think I can say it. It's a British eggnog manufacturer. No, they don't sell meatballs. But you're along the right lines with that thinking. You're along the right lines. Oh, probably shouldn't be like looking at this and then looking at WPC. I'm not making any kind of commentary here. Vegnog. Bro, their fucking business address? Are you fucking... Really? Oh. Okay. Alright. Okay. Anyway, I thought that was really funny when I saw them. They were advertised to me on Facebook. I don't really go on Facebook, but I did today, and like they were suggested. I'm not drunk, but I did have a beer. I will show you the beer I had. It's hot, so I like to have like a lunchtime beer, okay? I was having a beer while I was working, okay? And the stream is late because I was working on other stuff that you'll never see. But still. I forgot what time it was. I had a nice cherry porter, Titanic Breweries. This is fine. It's pretty good. Not in the same league as their plum porter though. Get the plum porter from Titanic Breweries. That shit is perfection. This is just pretty good. This is like nice beer flavor, nice cherry flavor, kind of blend. The plum porter is a perfect marriage. This one ain't a perfect marriage. This is a fling. This is a cherry fling. The plum porter is marriage. Okay? Alright. Am I an eggnog lover? I've never had it. I've never ever had eggnog. It sounds like I'd like it though. I like eggy things. Anyway. We have WPC updates. Plum Porter Grand Reserve. Never had it. I've had it in bottles. I've had it on draft. I have not had the special reserve or anything. St. Peter's Plum Porter? I have not. WPC. Scroll up. 3 days ago, hey all of you Kato fans of Dark Warriors, it's WPC here. I know what is exactly that Erin Doherty told me when she texted me. She said I just wanted to be friends. That's the first step that you and I are going to follow. And I said, okay, I'll keep it that way. So I'm not going to rush things. Seriously, she said, okay, I'll see you on Saturday morning bowling league. And I said, okay, see you at bowling league. Saturday morning. In my dream of the Tekken series, that blondie Nina Williams, she's evil. She doesn't get along with her sister Anna Williams. They always fight with each other all the time. I never liked Nina Williams at all. She hit her sister in the face. But Anna Williams, I like her because she was shaking during winning pose. I reacted to it. I said, oh yeah, Anna Williams, you shake those hips, you go girl. She said, oh baby, come over here. Let me talk to you real close. And I said, okay. She said, what a handsome looking face. What a handsome looking face. She started giggling and I said, thank you, Anna Williams. She kissed me on the lips. She said, my pleasure, and I've got hearts coming out of my head. That I was like, fell in love with her. That's my Tekken crush right there. No joke at all. Kato's for life. Casanova for life. And homies for life. And then... oh, it's another image. Okay. We're not quite there yet. Hey, all of you Dark War... this is 6 hours ago. And I think the latest post is after this one. Hey, all of you Dark Warriors and Kato fans. WPC here. I'll never forget about Erin Doherty. Because she's a lot to me. I really like her a lot. I'll never leave her alone. Okay. She's a lot to me. I really like her a lot. I'll never leave her alone. Like this, not at all. Not even a single thing is going to happen in my life because she's so beautiful, wonderful and pretty. She is in the future, me and Aaron. We're going to get married and have kids. I should name my kids Eon Perkins Cato, Lil WPC, and my daughter's name Arcia Perkins Cato and Laramie Perkins Cato. And his latest post, not quite his latest, he said Cato's for life, Casanova for life, and homies for life again. His latest post, 27 minutes ago. All of you Dark Warriors and Kato fans, of the jury, I got in trouble by my parents. I can't talk about it. It's quite personal and private. However, he did publish a video about how he can't talk about it. 26 minutes ago. So, I wonder if this will be an example of his famous information security.
All of you Dark Warriors and all you Kato fans, CATO FANS. All of you.
I like how the PlayStation home screen is his Sith meditation chamber ambiance.
Dark Warriors, only Kato fans of the jury.
The of the jury thing is new, right? Is this him trying to suggest that we have to be the ones who judge him, not his parents? What is going on here in his mind when he says that?
I got in quite trouble with my father.
Specifically his dad.
She told me about the whole thing when I was in the car with him at the bowling. I just don't want to talk about it.
Information gleaned. His father spoke to him while they were in the car at bowling. Okay.
Because it's very quite personal and private. In peace. So I cannot tell you about anything like in the comment. So I just can't say anything about it. But because it's private and personal.
Okay.
So, yeah. Thank you for all y'all for subscribing me on my channel.
Is he really not going to say anything?
All your support by smashing the like button and put a comment by saying something nice. I appreciate that as well. So, anyways, they will be streaming today.
Will or won't?
So,
subtitle caught it as well, but it sounded a bit like it could have been saying won't.
I cannot tell anything about something that was going on, so it's quite personal and private and peace, and you know that. So yeah, I'll stream as soon as possible, ASAP.
Okay.
Of the Uncharted 4. Alright? So
I don't think I've quite seen him like this.
I'll see you there. Peace out. Holla at your boy WPC. Yeah.
This is does he normally blink this infrequently?
You can smell a WPC like the homie out the rapper is cooking. Nobody messes with WP.
Jimmer, they probably all are. It's like it's a special needs bowling group.
See, nobody. If somebody messes with me to deal with the consequences, that was their choice and that's their problem, and they will regret it. Simple as that. I'm not playing with y'all. This ain't no joke. Like, no joke at all. So see you.
Damn, he really kept tight-lipped about it. Now, something to notice. Right. Aaron Doherty told me when she texted me, she said, I just want to be friends. WPC's take on this is, that's the first step that you and I are going to follow. I said, okay, I'll keep it that way, so I'm not going to rush things. So she told him she just wants to be friends. 3 days later, he's posting about her bearing his children. Which is also the day he was going to meet her at the bowling league. And then he's in trouble with his dad, and his dad talked to him in the car outside the bowling league. It could be something else, but given his history, I imagine it is something to do. Something to do with his interaction with this woman, I would suspect.
Or you can tell them to sit tight until I analyze.
Oh. Let's do this, y'all.
Just checking his live.
I can't believe what this happened like today.
Oh, he's live right now, and he was talking about it.
This is WPC, Dark Evil Lord, Badass Game Legend Hero King here. Welcome back to the Uncharted for PS4. I'm glad that I'm back on the live stream. So yeah.
Whispering.
So yeah. I can't believe what this happened like today.
Can't believe this happened today.
Like, damn.
Like, damn.
Thank you for all y'all subscribing me on my channel.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. All y'all support by smashing the like
He has to spill it, right? There's no way he can keep this inside.
button and put a comment by say something nice. I appreciate it as well. So anyways, let's do this, y'all.
Really? Damn, okay. He's just breathing.
All right, let's see what these wheels do.
He's just breathing.
Okay, guessing I'm gonna figure the white. The door. Make about that, or was it?
We're not getting anything anyway. On to the regular stuff. Well, I mean, WPC is a regular feature, but he's not the feature for today. Although I did feature him, so whatever. Fuck me, I guess, right? Alright. Do you remember when we covered the Cry of Fear stuff? I believe we looked through a document and watched a video. I believe the Cry of Fear dev was the one who was talking about being in mental institutions. There was some like age gap across the age of consent stuff, whatever. Don't remember it too strongly, but the dev has apparently responded, and this Leon guy covered it a week ago. Short video. Let's see if we can jog our memory and if this is interesting. And after this little hors d'oeuvre, I have the meat of what I wanted to look at today. It's going to be bad. It's not going to be grotesque, but it's going to be painful, much like yesterday's stream was painful, I think.
As some of you might have noticed, the video I posted last week going over the allegations made against Rumpel, aka Andreas Ronberg, the creator of Cry of Fear, has now been blocked in the EU and is no longer available in Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria,
Oh, privacy complaint? Like right to be forgotten or something?
Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland,
Okay, you don't...
France,
stop,
Germany,
you don't need to.
Greece, Hungary, Iceland, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Liechtenstein,
Look, once you're done making the video and you can see that it will be over 8 minutes long without this part, just cut this part. Okay?
Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, Netherlands, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, and finally, Switzerland. This is because Rumpel filed a privacy complaint against my video, claiming that it was infringing on his privacy, and YouTube agreed. In the email sent to me by YouTube,
YouTube agreed. YouTube sucks ass, bro. They will err on the side of not getting in trouble.
The timestamp
They'll always fuck you rather than take a risk. All right.
Point directly towards the incredibly disturbing voice messages that Rumpel sent to victim 2. Now, originally when I received this privacy complaint, I went, surely YouTube will see reason. Surely they'll take one.
No, you didn't. If you did, what are you doing?
Look at those
What did you
disgusting
expect?
ass voice messages and instantly recognize that this video was made in the public's interest. All included clips were released to the public by both victims a long time ago. All of my DMs with Rumpel were completely censored. And yet still, YouTube sided with Rumpel. Probably because it was a bot. And now the privacy complaint worked. Also, I just wanted to point this out. Both the Cry of Fear subreddit and especially the Discord have been working overtime since my video release to stop people from talking about this. If you post my video on either or even criticize Rumpel under the Reddit post he made, you will immediately be banned.
Yep, sounds like that was what he would do.
Back to it. Oh yeah, Rumpel also responded publicly, and it's so hilariously bad that I have to include it in this video.
Let's
a
go.
response he posted to the Cry of Fear Discord server and nowhere else. So let's have a look. Hello everyone. As you know, I've been away for a while as I've lost several family members and am still mourning. Since I'm still in the mourning process, I want to keep...
How many days per family member do you stay away from the internet? Does it work like school? Where as long as you wait long enough between family members, like you can get maybe like a week off school every year from grandparent deaths. And as long as you space them out enough, they will not begin to question you having 50 grandparents.
this brief, as this stuff is private. These allegations are basically from almost a decade ago that resurfaced and are very skewed, biased, and taking things out of context. Where? Rumpel, please, I am so ready to admit my mistake. Please, if I took anything out of context, point it out. Don't just say that I did it. Point it out, my friend. They're using my drug overdose from years ago as some kind of evidence that I'm normally like that. I'm not. It's sickening that they're using my private leaked messages of me having an accidental prescribed drug overdose to try and paint me as this kind of person. I was pumped full of antidepressants, which made me manic and out of control, and alcohol and Ambien, which is notorious for making people sleepwalk. And I was pumped with sedative medicines in the hospital. I have no memory of what I was doing, and I was saying a lot of nonsense gibberish, even to my family. It's embarrassing. And here is what I'm talking about. Instead of taking the tiniest amount of accountability, he once again...
He doesn't care.
blames his drug overdose for everything he did, including the things he did before he took drugs. Oh my god. Rumpel, just because you were high doesn't mean that A, I can't judge you.
Why are you engaging with him like this, or trying to? At this point, it's very, very clear he's not going to engage in good faith. Just rip him. You can just rip him now. You have go ahead to just rip on him.
And B, the law doesn't apply to you. What kind of fucking world would we live in where I could just pop an Ambien and then go around stabbing a bunch of people and then expect to not get charged with murder when I sober up? Like, oh,
It's called America.
oh my fucking god. Rumpel, there's a reason we still charge people with manslaughter when they drink and drive.
Stop. Why? This is not an individual to do a fantasy debate with. Just rip him.
Accident.
Just fucking shit on him. Just shit on him directly.
It doesn't matter. You're still
getting
liable for the
frustrated.
things you do while high. It's called voluntary intoxication. Nobody shoved those pills into your mouth, man. You did that. And if the pills make you do some
I mean, he's claiming they did, but
like this, you really should have taken that into consideration before taking them. Yeah, I understand the concern and confusion, and I just wanted to explain it to you. Since this has been going on for almost a decade and is private, I do not want to talk about it. Why? Why don't you...
What do you mean? Why?
You want to talk about it, Rumpel? I've since apologized to the people I sent messages.
You have to slap this as bullshit. You need to. I'm sure he's going to. You need to. Oh, he can't bring up receipts. At the point you've been stopped from using receipts, you are allowed to just shit on and bully Andreas Ronberg. At the point where you will get your shit taken down for using evidence to point things out, point out his bullshit, you are allowed to just like A-log him now. You're okay. It's golden. It's golden. He stopped you from doing it the cold, rational, evidence-based way. Right? He's clearly a dementoid willing to censor people. Smash his ass. You can just go at him now.
To during my overdose. I've moved on.
But it seems like this guy wants some kind of justice, you're not, no, that's not going to happen.
And I will continue to create art. Thank you for your understanding and for your support. Where the f did you apologize? To his family? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he apologized to his family. I can see that happening. But to the victims? Bro, Rumpel, so many people would have been so ready to forgive you for what you did if you just
Yeah, but he doesn't care. He doesn't want that.
said sorry.
Ostensibly, you're not applying enough pressure to him either to force him to care. So
Genuinely, dog, there are so many people who would have easily forgiven you, even if they shouldn't have. But no, instead of saying a 5-letter word, Rumpel chose to silence my video instead. Can you tell I'm so sick of this dude shit? Like, I'm sorry for being mad, I'm sorry for being like a Debbie Downer, but holy...
being mad? I'd like you to be mad. You don't come across as mad.
I'm so sick of this man shit. All of this talk about drugs just seems like a very, very lazy excuse for people who don't really know a lot about drugs anyways. Drugs don't give you bad intentions. No pill or powder is ever going to tell you to commit a crime. However, ignoring the consequences while on drugs is far, far, far easier. So while it might be an explanation for why Rumpel acted
drugs can cause this fucking like psychotic break.
That way, it's in no way a valid excuse. I've also heard through the grapevine that Rumpel is considering suing.
You can say this is bullshit, especially because he was doing stuff that people didn't like before any sort of involvement of drugs, but now he's making a whole statement that he's going to have to defend. What are you doing?
Which, no, he's not. Bro, if I was Rumpel, I would literally rather fillet my own balls with a butter knife than have that video played in court. There's absolutely no way that man is ever going to take me to court. This man could send a cease and desist letter, lawyer written, to my house, and I would just post it and laugh. So, what's the plan now? Beg. The plan is to beg. Hopefully, I can beg YouTube hard enough through Twitter that one of their team members looks at it and they can get...
Why are you letting Rumpel own you? Don't say this.
Get the restrictions removed. If you want to help, I've made a post on Twitter, but even if the restrictions don't end up getting removed, I'm pretty sure this video you're watching right now will be more than enough to point people in the right direction.
The included evidence was publicly released by the victims, and this removal only protects an abuser. They don't care. They care about getting fucked with by the EU. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care.
Alright, quick update. Rumpel has posted another response publicly on TikTok, and I thought I'd go over it here because it's different enough, and I thought I should include it. I haven't spoken publicly in a long time. I've been grieving several recent deaths in my family, and I've stayed quiet while dealing with years of harassment. Harassment? Rumpel, you mean people asking you to take accountability? What's being said about me is mostly
Wait, directly? Or... whether it's harassment or not depends on the form it takes, right? I would suggest the defense there is public commentary on publicly available materials. If people are directly pestering him, then yeah, it's harassment, even if it's for the sake of getting him to take accountability. That's not the defense.
Information, twisted and taken out of context. It's built around things from almost 10 years ago. Where's the context, bro?
What did he actually do, Astrocythalis? I don't really remember. I think there was age gap stuff, maybe? I don't know.
Show me the context, Rumpel. Stop saying that I'm taking you out of context. Why would you just say it and then, like, post the context, man? If I'm taking you out of context, post.
I remember there being voice recordings that were pretty fucking weird.
The context. The person who sent me explicit photos was 18 at the time. I never asked them. That detail keeps getting left out. You did ask them, Rumpel. You asked them multiple times. In the original video, you can see the screenshot.
It was the girl who said she sent him pictures of herself underage, but then admitted that wasn't true. He's that one.
I'm not going to include it here because I don't...
And some other stuff. I remember him saying some like super manipulative things in voice messages. Very cringe. He was the one who was talking about, like the woman destroyed his dreams by not being with him. Blah, 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 right?
Don't want Rumpel
Like
to
that.
have another excuse to file another privacy complaint, but you did ask multiple times. In fact, you asked Sani to send you nudes as like a pledge or something so she wouldn't leak
Yeah. He did manipulative, he pulled manipulative stuff on fans. Like, give me your nudes so that I have collateral if you leak the information I give you. If you want access to early stuff, give me your nudes so I can leak them if you leak my stuff.
secrets
He
about
was
the
that guy.
upcoming
Okay.
Cry Fear Source remake. You literally used that leverage to get nudes from her. Now, granted, at the time that Sani did send Rumpel those nudes, he didn't ask for them. But that doesn't mean he never asked for them before.
Stop.
He's leaving out context to make it sound like he...
The context that she didn't send them in direct response to that suggestion is context that matters, yeah.
She just randomly sent him nudes. You asked for them, buddy. And according to Sani, you even asked when she was 17. By the way, how does this justify posting those nudes to the Cry Fear Discord server? The
Yeah.
voice clips and
Okay,
many of the
I
messages
remember,
being
I
spread
remember.
came from a drug overdose, Ambien, years ago, where I sent weird messages to friends, family, and on social media. I was not in control. Your Honor, the drugs made me do it. I don't know what else to say. I just can't believe that he thinks that's a valid argument. I was not in control, and the person involved was also 18. Yeah, after you were talking to her since she was 12, and then you had a manic episode because she decided to get a boyfriend and didn't want to be your wife's girlfriend. Also, I didn't point this out in the original video because the DMs were sent to me after I recorded the footage, but Victim 2 explicitly states in her full statement that Rumpel spoke to her inappropriately when she was underage. I've said things I deeply regret and don't stand for. Holy shit, is that accountability?
This is very gay.
Holy fucking shit. Is that Rumpel admitting that he did something wrong?
I hate this.
I've apologized and taken responsibility for my past. Where, dog? Fucking where, bro? Please. Rumpel, if this is a simple mistake of like, you have apologized before and I'm just not seeing it somewhere, please tell me, buddy. But yeah, I don't think that's what's going on. I'm just be honest. I think Rumpel is just
I'll keep Rumpel away from my 17-year-old daughter, but apart from that, I don't care.
lying about apologizing to make himself look good. Rumpel, when I asked you to apologize publicly, you just gave me reasons why they didn't deserve an apology. Calling Sani like a criminal and painting her as a harasser. Rumpel, you call the victims harassers at the very top of this post.
Partially implicitly, but I imagine there are other people angry with him.
I've tried to make peace with the people involved, but some of them have continued to harass me over the years. I can't control that, but I can control how I move forward. Oh my god. The fucking I'm sorry you feel that way energy in that is just crazy. If you've supported me during all of this, thank you. I have moved on, and I'm going to keep focusing on what makes me happy. My family, and my art. Notice how extremely vague Rumpel is being? He literally only brings up shit that makes him look good and flat out refuses to talk about any of the allegations. He doesn't even mention what he did. Now, overall, I do like this response a lot more than the other one, simply for the fact that Rumpel...
After all this, in the end of the day, I'd say it's a 9 out of 10 response.
Acknowledges the fact that what he did was
it
wrong.
might be response
but
of the
that
year,
being said,
this
this coward won't even admit to what he did, only vaguely addressing it, which is, come on, man, that's clearly not enough. Also, lastly, I just want to point out, if you do want to watch the video, it is still available everywhere outside of Europe. So if you have a VPN, you can just connect to an American server, and boom, you can watch the Rumpel video again.
Cool. Anyway, that was annoying. On to this stream's namesake. Do you guys know Chikorita? Any Pokemon fans who know the Pokemon called Chikorita? Apparently, Chikorita had a wave of hatred. Which is Chikorita Gen 2? I don't know. I don't know if I played the game that had Chikorita. It's not Gen 2. Chikorita. It is Gen 2. Okay. Yeah, I don't love it. I don't really love any Pokemon that's outside of Gen 1 though, to be fair. It's a little potato with a goth collar of studs and a leaf on its head. I don't despise it. I don't particularly like it, but apparently people were mad. Chat Pokemon experts are saying Chikorita was announced as a starter in a new game. A repeat starter, I could imagine, generating anger just because it's boring. But, you know the real reason people hate Chikorita, right? Do any of you know the real reason people hate Chikorita? Sexism's close. Can we get a little bit more precise than just sexism? Misogyny. Cecily asks, is the Chikorita hate rooted in misogyny? And investigates this question for half an hour. The description reads as follows. I know I'm poking a hornet's nest, but it's International Women's Day, and I wanted to take this chance to investigate how hyper-masculine marketing from Nintendo in the 90s and 2000s might still influence the Pokemon community today. You'd probably want to research the exposure of the people whose behavior you're analyzing to such marketing to begin with, but I suspect that will not occur. And it will simply be some sort of retarded 5 IQ critical theory essay. I also love Chikorita and will protect her, as I believe she is a symbol that this game can also be welcoming to women. A vegetable is feminine representation, I guess. I don't know. Welcoming to women, gender non-conforming people, and for everyone. It's a fucking potato with a necklace and a leaf on its head. I guess it kind of looks like horseradish. I don't know.
I love Chikorita. I love Chikorita.
Jim Sterling is so jealous of this person. Jim Sterling is insanely... Jim Sterling is so jealous of this person.
I love Chikorita. I love Chikorita. I have a tattoo of Chikorita.
Oh, Christ. And you have, it's a tattoo of Down syndrome Chikorita. Is, that regular Chikorita design, I don't, despise it. This, I despise it.
Chikorita. I have a full team of shiny Chikoritas. My secondary channel is called Cecily Loves Chikorita.
I'm not a Pokemon expert, but I feel like even if shiny Pokemon have boosted stats, like Luma Temtem do, a full team of the same Pokemon is probably not good. I don't know. They don't?
Go subscribe. And when she was revealed as one of the starters in the upcoming Pokemon Legends EA,
actual frame rate?
This was my...
I wouldn't be able to play that game. Is that how the game
revealed
looks?
As one of the starters in the upcoming Pokemon Legends EA, this was my reaction.
Do you not feel your eyes, straining and pulsing when you look at this? It's going... every second.
We are catching Pokemon... Chikorita! Chikorita! Todo Dio! Chikorita! Tapping! What the fuck?
Is this person actually South American, or do they just become South American when they're excited?
Let's go! Mega Chikorita! Let Mega Meganium! So yeah, Pokemon Day was huge for
Holy fuck. This is really creepy. I don't know.
me, and I'm extremely hyped for Pokemon Legends EA.
This genuine excitement for a little green potato. Very strange.
I have been wanting to have a Pokemon adventure in a huge city.
How old is this person?
Bustling with life, colorful characters, side
Twitch censor asks, is this a male to female? We'll never know.
quests, small stories, and Pokemon living with us since forever, really. And I went online to set
It does indeed look like there's a trans Brazil flag. Flag! 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 F-L-A-G! In the background. In the background.
celebrate and talk to other Pokemon fans about the incredible trailers we just saw. And then I made the mistake of logging into the mental health website, and I was welcomed by...
This person is joking. The second one, at the very least, is being sarcastic. I will say this lineup is pretty soulless. Note that this Guangdong peace person is shitting on the entire lineup as well.
Health website, and I was welcomed by...
Still on this, I don't care who likes these things, bro. Who's picking this shit over Cyndaquil and Totodile? That's pro Cyndaquil, pro Totodile, more than anti Chikorita, okay? I speak for everyone when I say replace Chikorita with someone else. We don't need 2 Johto starters. That's what I was thinking, and that's what I was saying. Even just like repeat starters. I wouldn't even want 1 repeat. Give me new ones.
Totodile.
I mean, I'm not going to play it because fuck new Pokemon, but if I were into it, I'd want new. People hate Chikorita because she sucks compared to Totodile and Cyndaquil. Totodile's fine. Cyndaquil is sick. Cyndaquil is tight.
Great. Tepig? Amazing. But Chikorita? Chikorita, are you kidding me?
And I was just confused to see so much hate directed specifically at
I'm drawn to fire starters. Lucky Bee is not a pyromaniac. What I mean is, in any Pokemon game, I would be drawn to just picking the fire one.
Chikorita. Like, yes, it's always like this. Some people will dislike some Pokemon, and you have your usual haters. People saying that everything after Gen 1 is trash, people thinking that Garbodor existing is an argument, but this wasn't trash, people thinking that Garbodor existing is an argument, but this was an unusually strong amount of hate. The type that
Strong amount of hate. Okay.
isn't really usual for Pokemon.
I think that's bullshit. Pokemon people on Twitter get really heated. Even I see it, and I don't do any Pokemon stuff. It comes up into my feed. People pop off and rage. All the time.
It reminded me of something that I...
The ice cream Pokemon hate? You think the hate over Pokemon that are just things being called a Pokemon is less than the Chikorita hate? I don't know, man. Ma'am.
couldn't quite identify yet. And people were joking about Chikorita only having 7 fans, but I can assure you, my streams here trying to get Bayleaf to Master Ball rank bring much more than 7 people. Something weird was in the air. This wasn't usual slander, this was harsher. Something was
7 people plus Chud Logic, but he's not there for the Pokemon.
calling me for some research in old Nintendo interviews and a 30-minute long essay. And then I saw this message, and it connected to synapses in my brain. This is certainly an interesting way of... It connected to
message?
synapses.
There's misogyny everywhere for those with the eyes to see.
Says in my brain. This is certainly an interesting way of looking at it. Could the explanation for this unwarranted hate for one of my
Unwarranted? It's warranted by taste.
favorite Pokemon be rooted in something that the gaming community knows far too well? Could it just be hating things that are made for girls?
A vegetable? A green vegetable.
Wait. Before you click out of the video, press
Wait, Chikorita's gender ratio is 87.5% male, 12.5% female?
the dislike
That must be annoying for breeding.
button and leave a very impolite comment. I would just like to call your attention here to the title of this video.
It's a question! Ready?
Do you see it? It's a question mark.
Fuck off.
Am I saying that it's definitely surely rooted in misogyny? No, I'm not. Am I saying that everyone who dislikes Chikorita hates women? No. Am I saying that you are legally obliged to like the same Pokemon as I do? No.
You'd like that though, wouldn't you?
And I swear, anything you are thinking about commenting, I will talk about in this video.
I doubt it.
What I really want to try to do here and understand better is if this disproportionate hate, at least from some people, might have its roots somewhere else other than just personal taste. But the truth is, I don't know.
You didn't really show me strong hate. You showed me people preferring other Pokemon, such that in contrast, Chikorita's ass.
You don't know. By the end of this video, odds are, we both won't know for sure, dear stranger online. But it's
Damn, thanks for the video.
an interesting question, right?
No.
It can definitely get us started on a path to learn more about the series, about gaming history, about
There are much better questions to use.
marketing, and about, well, sexism. And isn't it nice to ask questions, to be curious, to investigate stuff? This here is just an
Twitch censor, this is in your favor. Disliking green vegetables is misogyny. Would protect you from some of the hate you receive in Discord. Is the AI-generated collection of images of Twitch censor's avatar being slaughtered rooted in misogyny?
essay, a rehearsal of an idea, and I'm not here to spit any golden nuggets of truth. I'm here to entertain a possibility.
Normally, when I hear that, I'm about to witness the Holocaust being denied.
And try to understand why some people might think that my poor lived Pokemon is being the victim of misogynist attacks. Instead of saying who's right and who's not and start calling each other names, I just want to do something a bit cooler. Something that people on the internet very rarely do. I want to try to understand why people might think the way they do.
Why not start by analyzing the people instead of jumping off a tweet that says, if you look, you'll find misogyny? Oh, I'm going to look for misogyny. Why not analyze the people who hate first, and from that analysis, then ask, could it be this?
Are all
That'd be better,
products of culture,
in my opinion.
Right? A lot of things have happened in Game Freak around the world
You're definitely a product of culture. I have to agree.
since Chikorita was first presented in 1999. Not only that, many things have happened before that led to her creation in the first place. Context is key, and Chikorita has been receiving a lot of hate since, well, 1999 from the Pokemon community.
Winner 1205 fed the streamer a $4.99
Hello.
Superberry. Have you seen the animated parody short of someone cooking a Chikorita?
Yes. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. This comic is insanely based. Cyndaquil rules. I'm sorry, Cyndaquil rules.
A community that was much different then than it is now, that had some practices and some jokes and even a demographic
The practices of the Pokemon community. I like framing them like some kind of tribe.
that is completely unimaginable when you look at it today. What I'm trying to say is that
Was that comic an example of something that's unimaginable today?
that to understand Chikorita hate, I think we need to look first at weird Nintendo commercials from the 90s.
Plumbers, rabbits, mazes, monkeys, demons, dragons, evil, jungles, puzzles, barrels, bombs, stick it.
How many of the people who don't like Chikorita have even seen this? Why do you have to show me this? I've never seen this shit in my life.
The Nintendo and Sega neck-to-neck competition was probably the defining
And I hate Chikorita.
aspect of the gaming industry in the years leading up to Pokemon's creation. In order to compete against a blue hedgehog that's gotta go fast, Nintendo needed...
There is no fucking escape. I'll take Sonic the Hedgehog over pedophiles. You know what? My curse for a long time was anything I'd look at would turn out to just be pedophiles. If everything I look at is going to turn out to be Sonic the Hedgehog, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it.
to up their game. They pivoted from their...
I was at a garden center today. Those motherfuckers are selling leaves, single leaves for £5. A little cactus cutting in dirt, because it's in the shape of a heart. £5. Cactus leaf. £5. My girlfriend told me, oh, I got one of those and it just rotted and died. And I told her, good, you deserve it if you're going to spend £5 on a leaf.
Family-oriented marketing to some more aggressive strategies by launching the Play It Loud campaign. Red, cool, skateboard, Charlie Brown Jr. This campaign was aimed at Nintendo's core audience, which was young boys. And this led up to Dear Stranger Online. Well, maybe it's better if I just show you some ads.
Well, wait, what was that pop-up? I was going to say... Yikes? What do you mean, yikes? I thought you were going to put in a joke that was like, or become one. Yikes. Gotcha.
Something's gone wrong in the happy-go-lucky world of Nintendo.
But why boys? Like, why are video games targeted at boys specifically? Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal. According to a nice video I watched by Adam Conover at the beginning
Nice opinion. Oh, wait, you're just telling us you got it from a
beginning of
YouTuber.
the 80s with the great video game crash and everything, Nintendo decided that they would stop selling in the technology section of your local Costco and start selling in the toys department instead. It does actually make a lot of sense, Nintendo being originally a toy company, and well, toys are
specifically a trading card company, right? Or even just a regular card, playing card, something like that, right?
probably the most aggressively gendered section of any store on the planet. Instead of marketing to families, they had to...
What about the women's hygiene section?
pick one gender out of only two, which is too few, I think. And since it's easier to sell boy stuff to girls rather than selling girl stuff to boys, they chose the blue lane. 20 years later, in the early 2000s, marketing and culture had completely changed and solidified the pure nugget of truth that gaming is for boys. I have girlfriends that only got into video games in their 20s because their parents would never buy them a console as a kid.
I don't believe you.
It wasn't for them. It was a boy thing like cars, sports, and having a crush on Wolf Glick. Gaming had become a majorly masculine environment, both offline and in the ever-growing online communities that were forming. And I'm not sure if you, Dear Stranger Online, were around back then, but let me tell you...
Did they get into games because games were starting to get shit enough for them to like them, maybe?
Something. In the 2000s, anything that was made for girls was mocked relentlessly. Specifically 13-year-old girls. The Twilight books were constantly made fun of.
Why do you think? Stop. Do you think it was because it was made for 13-year-old girls? Also, isn't it made for middle-aged women? Am I crazy? Is Twilight actually... This counts as young adult fiction, right?
All the time, anywhere you looked at in 2010, YouTubers made entire careers out of it. and K-pop and tween Justin Bieber, who only started getting more respect after directing his sound to a male audience. They were constantly harassed.
What's a trendy thing like that that doesn't get relentlessly mocked? What's an example of something that becomes a mega trend that wasn't mocked brutally?
In blogs and comedy shows and Twitter. In the meanwhile, movies that were instead aimed at 13-year-old boys, like Transformers, had some jokes about too many explosions here and there, but never saw a glimpse of the hate that things like Twilight had. Whether it's young adult novels, Super Hulock, or Fate, some jokes about too many explosions here and there, but never saw a glimpse of the hate that things like Twilight had.
Michael Bay movies get shit on relentlessly, do they not? Just for different things. In your mind, what it got ripped on for isn't as... Like, this person clearly has made a value judgment about the things that Twilight and Transformer movies are ripped on for. I think they're pretty on par in terms of being ripped on. It's just that presumably this person thinks the Twilight stuff is worse, and so it comes across as if it's more harshly ripped on. I don't know.
Whether it's young adult novels, Super Hulock, or fanfiction, anything that was made with young girls in mind would suffer backlash or mockery in online and specifically gaming spaces. Even though teenage girls are always literally in the vanguard that dictates where the future of pop culture is headed to, they will always be bullied just for liking stuff. That's also when memes like the "there are no girls on the internet" show.
People are judged horribly for saying they like the Transformers movies.
Up, trying to enforce that women could never be actually welcomed in nerd.
I think someone saying Twilight's a guilty pleasure will get them less hate than saying they think the Transformer movies are kino.
Online spaces. If they tried to join, they would be victim of abuse and misogyny, as is the
They would perceive their treatment as abuse, in many cases when it is not.
Case with the "make me a sandwich" meme that was quite popular in the 2000s. And still today, mainstream gaming spaces continue to be quite aggressive towards women, as any woman who has ever been in a gaming voice chat can tell you. Alongside the misogynistic fiasco that was Gamergate and the woke games list that basically call any game with a female protagonist woke.
So? What does that do? I still don't understand. What does that list existing do to you? What does it do? What's its impact? Why do you give a fuck?
I think we can all
make fun of it, sure. Presenting it as like anything other than haha, or you can use it the other way, or whatever. Go ahead. It's not. I don't. If that's a big deal to you, I don't fucking know what to say.
Agree. Being a girl and liking video games is hard, but let me get.
Not as hard as playing video games, so I understand the issue here. If you view liking video games as hard because of the communities around it. If communities that surround video games keep you away from video games, there's your fucking filter. That's why you find it hard. And it might be connected to your sex, although not in this case.
Back to the 2000s. Gaming was heavily marketed at boys.
The community around the video game very, very rarely will have any impact on my enjoyment of the game. Only exception being, like, if I see a million fucking retards posting a video essay about a video game, it puts me off it.
It was an overwhelmingly male-dominated space.
But that is to say, it'll make me want to play a different game. Right? It won't impact my enjoyment of the game itself. It will just influence me to pick a different game.
And this was the case even with Nintendo games in the USA, in very, very weird ways. As fellow content creator Randy Moon goes over in their video, why were video game ads so weird?
Therefore, they decided to go with the by now
Holy
well-proven...
fucking SSRIs, Batman.
method of advertising the handheld to a primarily male, college-aged audience.
Holy fuck!
And this is evident in just how sexual a lot of the ads were. Exhibit A.
This person's called Randy and they stare. Wait a second, is that a dog whistle?
Touch me.
Wow, very suggestive and hot. I would have loved to be a fly on the wall in the meeting where they came up with that one.
But do you know what would happen when something that was initially marketed at boys turned out to have some aspects that were a little bit more girl-friendly? Exactly what happened to Jennifer's Body in 2007, a horror movie written by the incredible Diablo Cody that was marketed as a "wow, Megan Fox is so hot" movie, but it was actually a feminist tale.
Yo, just like Diablo.
Of body ownership and female friendship aimed at young women. It was review bombed, universally hated, and almost ended Diablo Cody's career. This is a
Do you think it's because it's for women or because people got bait and switched? One of my favorite historical revisions pulled off by games journalists is that the waves of hate against Gone Home happened because it was like a queer story. Gone Home was a bait and switch where they made everyone think it was going to be a horror game. People don't remember this. People don't remember this.
Video about Chikorita, I know, but this was me setting the stage, dear stranger online, painting the picture of the cultural background.
Trisket, that is a trigger for me as well. Getting bad reviews equals review bombed. A lot of people hating something and leaving bad reviews. Not a review bomb. A review bomb is people wanting the thing to have a negative score somewhere, or a bunch of negative comments somewhere, not on the basis of them having experienced it and not liked it, but because they want it to be viewed that way, or there's an external reason for them to doing it, and they are spamming negative reviews, like a political reason perhaps, like they don't like the company, the people involved, the politics of the people involved, and it's not to do with the thing being reviewed.
Around gaming and around Pokemon in the United States at the turn of the millennium. I'm trying to say that, mostly in the early 2000s, having something made for girls in the middle of your boy product would result in hate, bullying, shames, jokes, you name it. It happened to Koha and it happened to Ellie. And yes, Pokemon was marketed mainly at boys back then. If you look at early Pokemon commercials,
Hold up. Yeah, people like Ellie. They don't like the masculine woman. They don't like the manly woman in the sequel. I forget her name. Am I out of my fucking mind? Everyone liked Ellie.
shows only boys would appear in them. But the Nintendo of America marketing team is not Game Freak. Oh no, back in Japan, the Pokemon Company had other ideas of where this series was heading to. And before Gen 2 came out, this was something that showed mainly in the anime.
I know you're gonna say that having a main female character is not... Having Ellie in the game is not for girls? Does that not count?
I have said this in some videos before, but I cannot stress enough how important the gender neutrality of the Pokemon anime was in the 90s. In a context where most animes would show buff guys with spiky hair fighting or sword-wielding knights saving the princess, Pokemon was really ahead of its time by showing girls, feminine girls or tomboys with desires, aspirations of their own, girls who, despite what they looked like, were incredibly
Maybe most that were on Nickelodeon?
skilled trainers and fully fledged characters.
In the UK, maybe?
I would argue, even more importantly than that, femininity was never mocked in the Pokemon anime.
Ooh, I don't know if I agree with that.
It was okay to have feminine-coded interests. It was celebrated even. Femininity was embraced, openly discussed by Misty, Erika, Jessie, and Brock and James. And I mean, it's the 90s. Some things would be off, sure, but it was miles ahead of almost...
Okay. This never happened. Of course some things will be off.
Almost everything for kids on TV back then, and this was incredibly important to many girls growing up back then, and they made sure to comment about it in a bunch of my videos before. The first Pokemon games were stitched together with duct tape and a dream, but for the sequel you can really feel that Game Freak wanted to expand, and that expansion would include everyone. Chikorita debuted in the same generation that girls...
Chikorita what?
Expansion would include everyone. Chikorita debuted in the same generation that girls could play as themselves on screen, and I cannot stress how important the addition of Chris was. That
You can't play as yourself.
early into the series.
You can control a female character.
The protagonist in Pokemon is almost always a self-insert, and having girls being able to play with someone closer to themselves was really important for the game staying as popular as it did. But not only Chris, creature design in Pokemon was also starting to head in new directions. Lead designer Ken Sugimori has said before in interviews that his approach for creating Pokemon was always closer to kaiju rather than kawaii. This interview here was given shortly after the Gold and Silver releases. With Pokemon, it was more that I wanted to create kaiju who could fight on your side as an ally, in a more cartoonish, exaggerated style. As I drew more and more of them, I started to figure out how to give them more interesting expressions, or to make them look dopey or disgusting. I wasn't the only person creating Pokemon. There were 5 or 6 other designers working on them too. As you can imagine, each designer had a certain style or type of Pokemon
This
that
person was one-shotted by Professor Oak asking, "Are you a boy or a girl?"
specialty. One of them was great at making cute Pokemon, another one was all about the weird Pokemon, and so forth. If you allow me to read a little bit between the lines here, when he talks about a designer that has cuteness as their specialty, Atsuko Nishida comes to mind. When Sugimori saw he had difficulties in creating cute Pokemon, he called Nishida to help, and she ended up creating the most iconic Gen 1 designs, such as Pikachu, the full starter trio, and Charizard. I looked very hard, but I couldn't find out if she was involved in the creation of the Generation 2 starter trio, but having created Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle, it's hard to think that she wasn't a major voice for the sequel.
I found no evidence, but I choose to believe this. Maybe the clear differences were a result of her non-inclusion.
I did find this interview on Dr. Lava's blog, which is the most incredible source for English language game.
I looked for evidence of this thing, didn't find any, and on that basis I'm going to state that, probably.
Freak interviews online. In this one, Nishida talks about the creation of Sylveon and Espeon, and I think this gives great insight into the creative process behind Gen 2. Ms. Nishida
Jimmer says, "I'll say again, Cyndaquil is cuter than Chikorita." He's a little man! He's a little man who goes, "Oh no! Fire."
Do you feel like there's an evolution that really went in a new direction? Of course, each Pokemon is influenced by the region and configuration of the game they're created for, but as far as innovation, I would say Sylveon. We really wanted to emphasize its fairy theme. As far as its figure, were they all kind of girly like the Sylveon we have now? And Nishida says, yeah, they were all the same style since it's a fairy type. Speaking of being feminine, Espeon also has that same kind of vibe. It's very slim and even has hips, which was quite unique for its time. I guess in trying to make it look...
This commentary is bringing up bad memories of people I've seen online.
Mysterious, it ended up looking feminine. I think it's really interesting to hear Atsuko Nishida say that ending up with a feminine design was unique for its time. Gen 2. It shows that this was kind of uncharted territory, right? This wasn't a big concern for Pokemon in Gen 1, but Gen 2? Now we want to actively start to create some creatures for the girls to use, for the people who would choose
Wait, am I blind? Did I pass out?
Interesting to hear. Look mysterious, it...
Where did they say it was for girls? They said it was feminine. Specifically, apparently, in that it had a form like a woman, slim with hips. Where is that for women?
Ended up looking feminine. I think it's really interesting to hear Tsukunishida say that ending up with a feminine design was unique for its time. Gen 2. It shows that this was kind of uncharted territory, right? This wasn't a big concern for Pokemon in Gen 1, but Gen 2? Now we want to actively start to create some creatures for the girls
You need to show us a quote that suggests that. You haven't shown one yet.
to use, for the people who would choose Chris as their character. With Gen 2, Game Freak wanted girls to better see themselves in their game.
So they made fuckable Pokemon? What?
And have their own Pokemon adventures. And of course, if you want to have girls playing, you have to make at least one of the starters one that they might identify more with.
I don't identify with the human characters in games. But okay. We're on the level where you need to identify with the Pokemon. Hold up.
Sister Godiva fed the streamer a 50 sweet.
And you're telling me most of them are male.
Blue and pink toy aisles are bad. But also girls need special girly Pokemon to be interested.
Hold up. So Chikorita are overwhelmingly male. And this person views that as the Pokemon for women to identify with. I think something's going on here.
And yes, we had our Clefairies and Chanseys before, but with Chikorita, it's a bit different. She's being offered to you. You can't avoid her.
This person looking over my shoulder when I try to close the hot grandmas in your area ready to fuck at.
It's a bit different. She's being offered to you. You can't avoid her. And to choose a starter Pokemon is to actively reject the other two, and that makes it a more special encounter than if you randomly ran into it in a cave. There's a tiny emotional bond, a small moment that you may have considered bringing Chikorita alongside you. And how dare they imply that I would ever consider choosing this girly pair? And if you, as a boy, did consider Chikorita, liked Chikorita, or chose Chikorita, you would also be mocked and judged and suffer the same backlash that Twilight did. In this male-dominated...
I don't believe you. I don't believe this happened. What the fuck? When I played the Pokemon games, the early Pokemon games, I played them with all my buddies at school because everyone was playing Pokemon.
69 Shades fed the
We cared more about which type it
$80
was.
Superberry. That video of a Chikorita being chopped up and prepped for cooking proves it has to be woman's Pokemon.
True. But me, amongst a bunch of boys playing Pokemon, the starter choice was about the type primarily. That was the discourse in my whole fucking school.
environment, a boy was never allowed.
Chikorita was in no way, this is anecdotal, but for me, Chikorita was in no way fucking viewed as the girl's Pokemon. That would be like fucking Clefairy or some shit.
To validate that something marketed for girls could actually be good. For a boy, everything that was more female-oriented was forbidden and out of reach. So you had to double down. You had to prove you would never...
Can I have an example of this happening instead of just like your fantasy? Is this... I'm not even seeing this as an anecdote. This person is just saying that's what happened. Not even, I saw this happen. It's just, it happened. Did it? I don't fucking believe you.
Ever choose it. Because Chikorita sucks. It's the worst starter of all time. And in the comment section below, there will be a lot of people writing that what I'm trying to imply is silly. That Chikorita could never...
You're making statements of fact. You're not just implying it.
Ever be a victim of misogyny.
You're saying that happened.
Because in the games, they have 80% chance of being male, like, LOL. And to that I say...
Yeah, it's not really a counter-argument because I think the kids playing it at the time probably wouldn't have noticed that.
Well, gender is not really about an arbitrary symbol they put next to your name. Gender is about how you are perceived by others. Not only.
Gender is about how this cartoon is perceived. In a game with breeding mechanics. I think it refers to sex, brother.
But also, the Pokemon anime has also depicted Ash's Chikorita with a very feminine-coded personality, very attached and emotional, which also builds the public image of the Pokemon. And if that's not good enough of an explanation for you, well, I can tell you that in international dubs, every single starter has a masculine article before their name. El Bulbasaur, Cyndaquil. Chikorita was the first starter ever, and maybe the last one, to have a feminine article used before their name.
This is the best argument. But you can just go, it ends with ta, not to. Sounds a bit like senorita. I think the best thing you have is, sounds a bit like senorita. Probably deliberately. Chico means boy. It's the Tranoid Pokemon. It's the boy-girl Pokemon. Okay, everything's slotted into place.
La Chikorita. But how do I explain the fact that a lot of feminine-looking Pokemon are actually fan favorites?
I understood the senorita. I thought it was like Chicory Senorita. The Pokemon's fucking name is Boy Girl? I think you have to disclose that at the start of the video.
Such as Gardevoir and Lopunny, but I'm not really talking about feminine Pokemon. I'm talking about Pokemon that are designed for girls to identify with, and
I don't think that exists. And if it does, I don't think they've succeeded because I don't think you can do that, even if that was their intent.
There's a difference there, right? You get it. You see that there are different reasons why someone, specifically a teenage boy, might like the femininity in Gardevoir but be repulsed by the femininity in Chikorita.
What femininity in Chikorita? Gardevoir is basically in a humanoid form. Has hair you'd more likely associate with a woman, has like a slender figure and stuff. I understand describing Gardevoir as feminine. How the Chikorita looks like a vegetable dog! How is it feminine or masculine?
You understand?
There's a little fucking potato!
We're talking about different kinds of gazes, right? I know you have more things you want to say.
And like it's cute. Most Pokemon are though. The other two starters that you had the option to pick are also cute.
I see you typing in the comment section. You are going to say that I'm reading
It looks like a dog. Women are more likely to want to fuck it.
Too much into it. That the reason why more people dislike Chikorita than usual is because of bad stats and mediocre performance against Johto trainers and...
I don't know if it was Chikorita. There were definitely kids at my school restarting their run because whichever starter they picked was getting raped. Maybe that was Chikorita. Maybe that burnt in Chikorita hate. Maybe that is the deep Chikorita hate. Maybe that's what it was. I don't remember it being Chikorita. I don't remember which one it was, but if this is true, presumably it would be Chikorita. And that burnt in a generational Chikorita hate.
Yes, let's get into that. I will be going by the article written by Vida de Treinador, fellow Brazilian creator, where they list some of these reasons. So yes, Chikorita's typing in Johto is unfortunate. She is weak against Faulkner and Bugsy, weak against many of the poison types brought by Team Rocket. Her move pool in Gold and Silver is really limited, and Wolf Glick has named Meganium the worst starter ever in competitive VGC. But I mean, Really? Is that what we take into account when choosing a Pokemon?
Yeah. Certainly is not a total little kid. As I just mentioned, people cared about the performance of their starter in the early game, instinctively, even when they didn't deeply understand Pokemon. As an adult playing Temtem, I picked based on which Temtem I knew I'd be able to get next to round out my team. Yeah, people care about that a lot. I don't...
Is that what a kid takes into account when liking a starter?
Yeah, we did. We might not have known those details, but we knew the experience of playing, and people were switching to other starters when I played it, yeah. Yeah, Hex! Do boys care? Do boys really care how strong and powerful the thing in the video game is? Yeah! Like, what is... These are the worst rhetorical questions of all time. Do people really want the strongest thing in an RPG game?
Ability and type balancing in their region? Because I myself never googled that before choosing a starter. I have always chosen the Pokemon.
Did you ever regret it after choosing a starter, though? Did you ever regret it? Thank you for the gifts.
I have identified the most with, that I
identified the most with.
thought had a cooler or cuter design. And also, have you played Gold and Silver recently? Every single Pokemon has a horrible move pool in those games. Speaking of it, do Faulkner and Bugsy even have stab moves in Gen 2? Honestly, if your Chikorita is struggling against a Pidgey and a Kakuna, I personally think that might be a skill issue. I actually think it is miles easier to solo
What skill?
Faulkner with a Chikorita than to solo Brock with a Charmander. Charmander is weak against the first two counter gyms, and that was never an issue. Greninja usage in VGC.
It totally was. I remember getting obliterated by the rock snake. I totally switched off because of the rock snake thing. That was in 1, right? That was in the first game, right? Maybe Onyx. I just went, fuck this, and switched.
In 2015 was 1%.
Started again.
That never stopped them from being fan favorites, and they never received an inch
I remember raging the fuck out and restarting.
of the backlash Chikorita has received. You know which other starters were victims of backlash when they were released? Delphox, who has its design heavily inspired by medieval.
But Charizard got some, like, big boy moves, right?
Witches and mages. Primarina, back when Sun and Moon were released,
What the fuck is that?
had an intense negative reaction to it.
It looks like a melted ice cream. Looks like fucking
Primarina,
shit.
back when Sun and Moon were
It's too busy. Looks like ass.
released, had an intense negative reaction to it. Poplio was already disliked, but evolving into a mermaid? The Pokemon community couldn't deal with that. Are you seeing a pattern here? Something I really remember, and I wish I could find more material from 2014 to show, is how much of an intense backlash the introduction of the fairy type was. People said it would ruin the game, completely break the balance of the type fairy type was.
Yeah.
People said
I don't know about any of this shit. I didn't pay attention. It's just an image board post.
that it would ruin the game.
This feels like a fuck around. Here's how it could do this. Blah blah blah. How can it
completely
be?
break
Like seems like a give a funny answer prompt. This is just like autistic balance discussion.
the balance of the type charts, and that it didn't make any sense that the all-powerful...
What do we have here? With a name like Fairy type, I know this sounds like some well thought out trolling. But apparently, after a long time, Sylveon has been confirmed as a Fairy type Pokemon. At least it sells better than Flying type or Fighting type. At long last, 4 generations after the second generation of Pokemon, another type has been added to the type charts. Oh, is this the first time it's happened? Since the second, like, there was like a big gap. Not the first time it's happened. There's a big gap, so it's bound to be controversial, right? 13 years. Thing that hasn't happened for 13 years happened and is controversial. I think you can expect that pretty inherently. On a game that draws so much autism as Pokemon. People like what they like. I like Generation 1 the best, because it's what I knew. Even I can see that in myself. People don't like change. They're meant to be a counter to the meta. This is again the autistic balance discussion.
Powerful, masculine, mighty dragons were all of a sudden weak to Jigglypuff. And
none of what you showed me suggests that's behind anyone's commentary there.
Fellow queer content creator Fawn said something really interesting about fairy types.
Fellow wannabe victims.
In their video that also discusses Chikorita hate, which is amazing and definitely a companion piece to this one, and you should watch after.
Attributing a type to the aesthetic helps to validate it in the space, in the community, and with
holy fuck!
The fans. The developers said, yes, there's girly pop Pokemon, and they're quite strong.
And I completely agree with that. Making the fairy type as strong competitively as Game Freak has chosen to means not only to validate femininity in Pokemon, it is to say there is...
Fairy's gay, not feminine! What are you talking about? There's crossover, but it's not a woman thing. If you were going to make this case, you'd have to call it homophobia, in my opinion.
Power and femininity enough to take down legends and dragons, and I think that's awesome. And to remind you, dear stranger online, I'm not trying...
Can you not tell the difference between being gay and being... I can't make this joke on Twitch.
To say that something is definitely sexism or not, or that one thing is 100% this or that. I'm rehearsing. I'm entertaining an idea, and these are things that have happened over the last 20 years. I'm not saying that only feminine additions to the Pokemon franchise are hated. There has been different types of starters backlash before, like the ever-present Fire Fighting Bipedal Final Evolution, but it's...
Bipedal. Okay.
Interesting to look for patterns, right? Why Chikorita still receives such a disproportionate amount of hate?
I don't believe it does.
Does it have anything to do to things that have happened before? Not only in Pokemon, but in all culture that...
You have to show me the data. Actually show me. Actually quantify levels of hate for other things.
...that surrounds it. The only person that can come up with a conclusion is you. But...
You could actually do a little bit of data science. I'd even accept, like, really ghetto amateur data science. Do some, like, social media trolling, count posts even. I'd accept that as something.
What I would argue is that gaming has changed. The internet has changed, and the way that Pokemon is marketed has definitely...
Look, this Pokemon's getting a disproportionate amount of hate. It's been a starter twice. Well, what is it proportionate to? It's being shoved in people's face twice, so you'd expect it to get more hate, right? So on and so forth.
Changed. We've been through a pandemic, a market crash, Pokemon Go happened. Culture today is really different from culture in 1999. The demographic of the Pokemon community online is also wildly different from what it was in 1999. And the way women and gender non-conforming people have claimed spaces in online community for
What do you mean?
themselves?
Spaces for themselves? You're mentally ill. Claimed spaces for themselves. What, made a Discord server? What the fuck do you mean?
Makes it so that the configuration is very different today than it was in 1999.
You're an invader. You don't have to be an invader, but you have invader mindset.
Today we can have Pokemon like Tinkaton become instant fan favorites, or Meowscarada be one of the most celebrated starters. Pokemon that are, yes, designed for girls instead of just
Wait. If one of the feminine ones is one of the most celebrated starters, and yet the Chikorita hate persists, that would suggest it's not because it's feminine, and it's not based on misogyny, right?
feminine Pokemon designed
I don't know about any of this shit, but what you've just told me is a counterpoint.
for a male gaze, because the Pokemon community...
Wait.
One of the most celebrated starters. Pokemon that are, yes, designed for girls instead of just feminine Pokemon designed for a male gaze. Because the Pokemon community...
God of War, maybe.
...has become much more inclusive and welcoming and diverse than it was in 1999. But I think memory persists, right? Time is a funny thing. You might have a negative reaction.
How many of the people who hate Chikorita are doing it on the basis of memories of that time, though? Do we know how old all the people hating on Chikorita are? What's the average age? What generation did they come into Pokemon? What's the actual information? What's real?
To something.
I don't think you know. I think you just have a narrative in your head that you've grasped onto, and safe in the knowledge that there is a lack of that information, so you can't be challenged on it.
20 years later, because in the past, you were scared of being judged by your friends for picking the girly starter.
Sister Godiva
I don't think that person exists.
Swedish Kroner Superberry.
I don't think that's real.
The trans pipeline has artificially skewed the Pokemon demographics.
I don't think that happened.
And I think that's something important for us to talk about, not just ridicule as a crazy idea, and that's why I'm making this video. I think that you can have a myriad of reasons for why you dislike Chikorita. Either because you had a hard time using her in Johto,
I don't really dislike her,
or because you didn't like its
just another whatever Pokemon
moves, or simply and purely because you don't vibe with the design, and that's fine. But I think that for a few people there might be some roots in an old, gamer, misogynistic...
May I have a singular example? Because if the people you showed at the start are your examples, I don't think so at all. One of them is even joking about the DEI thing. They're a pro-DEI person.
...culture from the 2000s that complains about
May I have one?
Female characters' designs, that complains about female characters' protagonists, and we see that in our daily lives using the internet. We know these people exist, and I don't think it's a stretch to...
Yeah, but do you know the person who hates Chikorita because of misogyny exists? May I have one? Did we have a single example of anyone calling Chikorita girly?
I think that this also applies to a little grass starter. And also, something that I think is really important for...
Like, do you even there's probably a forum post out there of someone saying it's like a Pokemon for girls. Can we have one?
This video is that I always try to remind people, not everything is made for you. Not everything is made for me. Really, and that's fine. I think algorithms showing us curated posts made by people we don't follow, or videos from YouTubers we never heard of, that might make us forget that the people who made these things maybe didn't make it specifically for us.
Not my problem.
Maybe I'm just not the audience for that. And that's fine.
I'm the audience for whatever I choose to look at.
When Game Freak chooses a set of starters, they are not choosing them to please me, Cecily. They might be choosing them to please Gen 1 fans, or Unova fans, or young...
Wario Wang has become a... Doesn't really matter why they're doing it to me. Matters what it is.
So maybe he's right.
Fair enough, Wario Wang. Cecily can use you in their next video.
Teenage girls, or the developers themselves. We need to always remember, not everything that exists on the internet is tailor-made for me, just because it showed up in my timeline.
Okay, so?
And something else that I learned from this channel is that it is true. Every single Pokemon is someone's favorite. That's not a hyperbole.
Yeah, probably correct.
It's not...
There are enough... given how many people are into Pokemon.
Worth to dunk on any Pokemon at all, because there will always be someone in the comments who loves them.
I'm a giant pussy who will never share my real opinions. Thanks for making everything you say worthless.
To dunk on any Pokemon at all, because there will always be someone in the comments who loves them, or has a special story with them.
I'm a mind-raped coward. Thanks for throwing that in at the end. Would have been good to know that at the start.
Even Pokemon like Veluza sniping me down at light speed in Casseroya Lake. There will be someone who loves them. In the end, it's just personal taste. And if it's not for me, then it's certainly for someone else. A lot has changed in this community since Chikorita was introduced, and I really hope she gets an incredible upgrade.
The ultimate root of this person's ire with the Chikorita hate is that it's people saying negative things about anything Pokemon. Fuck me.
In Pokemon Legends EA, whether it's access to Rage Powder, a nice regional form, or a broken Mega Evolution, because this little pair is really special to me.
How could anyone hate on a Pokemon? It must be a truly dark force like misogyny.
Hope, as Fawn has said, that the Fairy type comes in to upgrade this Pokemon that has for way too long held the title of most hated starter, for reasons I think are super unfair. And I think that's why the diversity of designs...
Fairness for a little fucking toy cartoon thing you play with? Okay.
in Pokemon is so amazing. Because for a small girl that will be given Chikorita as a choice for the first time in Legends EA, saying that this Leaf Pokemon, a Pokemon that was designed with her in mind.
Was it? You're talking about, do kids know this? Will a small girl playing that new Pokemon game know the intent behind its design, you fucking moron? You made this point earlier regarding stats.
Can also be powerful, can be a healer, can be a...
Can be a healer. A small girl will learn that she too can be a heal slut. Nice.
tank, and can be really, really, really fun to play with, is what Pokemon is all about. Because Pokemon is for girls. Pokemon is for gender non-conforming people. Pokemon is for everyone.
Everyone should consume this product. Nice. Where's this one? Is this the one? Okay, it's 10 minutes long. They can't tell I'm over 18. Let me in. The Chikorita hate is so forced. That's not the one we're going to watch, though. Cecilily has another video. Thumbnail says I was threatened. It's a video talking about the hate from the Chikorita video. Alright.
Chikorita video. What can I say about it that I didn't talk yet about in my social media? It's crazy. I never gotten so much hate for a video. And like, I've been accused.
The response to feminist articles and videos proves the thesis of feminist articles and videos. Is it gonna happen?
Accused of rage baiting. I have been accused of like, and like, it's insane because these people, they will click on a video, they will complain about the video, and then when you say, hey, maybe you didn't watch the video, they're like, of course I didn't watch the video. Why would I watch the video?
Right.
I'm like, my dude, my brother, my friend, just skip past it. Like, just look away from the screen. Like, you clicked on.
Take your own advice regarding their commentary. This doesn't work as a response to that. You're not taking your own advice. You don't have to read their comment.
On it. It's appeared on your timeline?
That shit applies where it's like, this is ruining me, this is destroying me, this is the worst. It's so bad, it's affecting me, I'm being harassed. How is cyberbullying real? Like, haha, just turn off your monitor. That's the kind of thing.
You wrote me a 5-paragraph comment
Yeah.
only talking about things that I explicitly state
You read it. Cecily, just don't read it. You didn't have to read it. Just skip.
explicitly state out loud in the video. My bro.
They skipped the video and left the comment, and then you didn't skip their comment. You lose.
Maybe this video is just not made for you, and that's fine. But you are going to complain that I am going to explore themes of misogyny? People have told me that, like, that you cannot complain when men hate you if you are accusing them of hating you. People have
So?
told me everything. I have received
YouTube comments are valuable for the funny ones. People are saying dumb things in the YouTube comments. Is it funny? No. It's... They're saying unfair things. It's not fun. You're just wasting your time.
threats that I never received in any video before.
Like what?
And it is creepy. It is very weird that you cannot write this word. Misogyny is a forbidden word. You cannot talk about it. You cannot discuss it. People will get.
You just did. You just did, and like 100,000 people saw you talk about it. Now you can't do it without like retards commenting in your YouTube comment section, but that's everything ever.
Really angry, and for me it's funny. Like, I find it funny. I'm from
No, you don't. I can hear the way you're talking about it.
Brazil. I am a trans woman from Brazil. Like, I have heard stuff. And
Really?
Like, I am mostly entertained. I find it funny because I almost feel like I have the gift of prophecy, because many times in the video nation for this
I would just
unwarranted
say,
hate for one of my favorite Pokemon.
I will say
be
things
rooted
like
in something that the gaming community knows. Wait. Before you click out of the video, press the dislike button and leave a very impolite comment. I would just like to call your attention here to the title of this video. Do you see it? It's a question mark.
And yet, you're on YouTube, and have been on YouTube for a while, and should be aware that this is meaningless.
People have claimed that I say that it's definitely surely rooted in misogyny. Am I saying that everyone who dislikes Chikorita hates women? People have commented talk about in the video that like I know what you're gonna comment. Either Chikorita, like Chikorita.
Okay, this is boring as hell. Let's look at this. Not suggesting it's going to be fun, but...
Are you guys on the same internet as I am? The Chikorita hate is feeling a little bit forced. For people who don't know, Chikorita was just recently revealed to be one of the starters in Pokemon Legends. I know it's Pokemon Legends ZA, but around here we say Legends.
Just say the we get the bit. Just say Legenza, and don't say this part.
Rolls off the tongue a little bit more. And for some reason, Chikorita got very much targeted, and a whole smear campaign was put against her.
My Pokemon, my queen is being smeared.
It just, I was really confused, because it's like a lot of people love Chikorita, and just because you don't doesn't mean she doesn't deserve that spot. So I'm gonna.
Yeah, but they don't want it. They don't want her there though. Deserve.
Take a little bit of time to.
Made up little cartoon creatures deserving a spot. I don't know about considering it that way.
Break this down, because I believe that the girly pop icon status of Chikorita is lost on some people. So let's contextualize.
Lost on pretty much everyone, and therefore it doesn't exist. Sorry.
Honey.
Completely not ever been done before.
I've always seen Generation 2 as an attempt to make the franchise more horizontal. I go more manically in depth on this theory and my.
I don't know if I can listen to this. Fuck me. Okay. What do we have here? Alright. People really just be making Pokemon videos. People really just be making Pokemon videos out here. Politics of environmentalism and food in Pokemon. I'm okay. What is a trans woman? According to science. Scientism in thumbnail? According to science. Which science? Sociology? Psychology? Why Brazil is going crazy over this actress's nomination. Is my brain sick? Is being trans a mental illness? The Brazilian Holocaust. Where? Why do we hunt for shiny Pokemon? Is that Bimbo thumbnail? It is. Okay. Why do you hunt?
Shiny Pokemon are identical to every...
What is that hum? I know that Finland is pretty far behind the rest of the world in technology, but here in the UK we have these things that can fly through the sky with people inside. They're called aeroplanes.
Single Pokemon in every way, except for one. They are slightly different colored and usually difficult to find.
You don't normally hear it so clearly because it was cold and now it's hot. And because it's hot, my window is open.
Same stats, same abilities, just an aesthetic change. And they're fun.
Is that a trans Brazil flag? No, it's a Harmful Opinions Brazil flag.
They're colorful, and honestly, they are one of the most educational ways
Cecil Lily's in the chat right now, huge fan of me.
I ever found to learn about odds and statistics. If I have been playing these games for literal decades and never once did I manage to find that 1 in 8,000 chance, what are the odds that I'm winning the national lottery with odds of 1 in 50 million? Uneducated people will say, well, but there's a chance. But me, an intellectual who has gone 4 times over odds trying to get a Masuda egg, knows that that's not gonna happen and you might as well just go back to work tomorrow. Now that Pokemon games are all fancy and open world, finding a shiny has been easier than ever. Again.
Yeah, but what are the odds if you don't get a lottery ticket? What are your odds of winning without a lottery ticket?
I have gone through decades playing these games without seeing a single Sparkle, but 1 hour into Scarlet and Violet, I ran upon a full odds shiny Rookidee.
This is just actually Pokemon content. I'm okay. What do you have on the recommended page? Hello? What's going on with you? What do we have? What is this fucking thumbnail? Okay. Who are you? He says hello to me. What's up, Candice?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Candice here, the big fat fish-eating freak. Today, I'm gonna go over why I haven't been posting for almost a year, and I just wanted to let you guys know that I am alive and I am also doing quite well for myself, at least right now. I just wanted to quickly go over what I've been doing and what's going on in my life, really.
234k subs, 3.6k views. He's a Counter-Strike 2 guy. Yeah, he hasn't been posting much here. Is this not your main platform? Big Gamer Candice. Dick fit in your mouth. Okay.
And what's the plans for this channel in the future?
I can't fucking speak.
So yeah, maybe there's a few individuals out there that has missed my content and wanted to know how I've been doing.
He's not saying anything interesting yet. Did he show up because I said finish? Come on, give me this roll. I want to roll a legendary Dementoid. Stop sanitizing horror for kids. Okay. Pokemon cannot be stopped. Worst diss track of all time. What do we have here? I'm hoping for the algorithm to give me something sick. Just the typical Northern Lion video about why hating gay people is okay, apparently. Okay. Classic NL content. I was exposed by a transphobe. That could be interesting. We're not watching it today, but I wonder.
Internet. I'm feeling very good. It was a time of home.
Oh, okay. You had some sort of profile published on you. Alright. Tumblr's weirdest femdom scams. Raw straw situation. Here we go. We have another Chikorita hate video. Why is Chikorita hated? This is still my boy, says Randograph.
Guys, we got a trailer for Pokemon ZA last week, and the starters got revealed. We'll get to choose from Totodile, Tepig, and Chikorita. While myself and 11 other people were celebrating that Chikorita is back, the internet reacted about how you'd expect.
This is unwatchable. I caught two idiots doing the hanky-panky. Okay. Guys, I might have to do it. I might have to show you something. It feels really mean to cover this thing. I'm not finding anything that is fun being fed to me by YouTube, but there's something that feels really mean. Because even to just show it to you feels cruel. I've been on a food channel kick. I've been looking at a lot of food channels. I always only watch food channels. Well, 99% of the time I only watch food channels. But recently I've been looking at the really small food channels. Right? Yeah, I used to watch the NLSS all the time. But then Rockley Smile dropped his just a couple of hot N-words bit and it changed, okay? They went down the alt-right pipeline. Do you know the lore? You might be shocked at how much Northern Lion lore I know. To be clear, he said, quote, N-words. He didn't say the N-word. I don't want to overhype this, but when I showed this to my girlfriend, she said something like, Jesus Christ, now that is a creature. Right. There's a food channel I had recommended to me by the YouTube algorithm. In fact, this person's post showed up for me. Creator called Nikki's Nosh. And yesterday, she posted a channel update that blew my mind. Channel update, 11th April, 2025. Get ready. As you know, I live on my own and have to do everything myself. And for the past 3 months, I have done nothing other than eat, review, and edit my videos. And it has taken a toll on the work I have to do in the house, and now garden as the weather gets warmer. I can only imagine what not doing work on the house because you're editing food videos means. I'm imagining a hoarder situation. It may not be the case. I have not even been able to get ahead of myself with regards to having a bank of edited videos in the can. So I am always chasing my tail every day and every hour, and it is physically and mentally exhausting. I've thought about this a lot after getting over the 1,000 subscribers hurdle. Reassessing your life, hitting 1,000 subs on YouTube as a wake-up call is amazing, in my opinion. I can also see that at current new subscribers per week levels, about 20 a week, it might take me another year to even achieve 2,500 subscribers. This is like the most you have gotten it twisted perspective on YouTube ever. Right? You need to not burn cash, and you need to start making cash. ideally. Or don't burn enough cash that it matters. Don't burn enough time that you're going to fuck yourself up. And number of subscribers is not a great yardstick for the viability. Additionally, how do I explain this? We'll keep talking. I naively expected momentum to pick up faster. I just had a fantasy in my mind about exactly how it works. But it seems unlikely for all sorts of reasons. So, in order for me to reduce the amount of time and money I spend on the channel, at least for now, I'm going to reduce the number of videos I produce each week from 3 to 2. I imagine I shall post one video over a weekend. Probably a Saturday or another one on a Wednesday. This should take some pressure off me. Help me not get too anxious when subscriber numbers do not go wild. If this is messing with you at the 1K sub level and you're not making any money from it, stop. Stop or pause, reassess everything. Or AdSense revenue fails to lift my spirits. It will reduce my outlay of pouring good money after bad by 33%. And hopefully give me the time to start back at the gym to get a bit fitter and lose some weight. This line fucked me up. I don't have time to do stuff in my house or garden. I'm going to cut back by one video per week. And then start going to the gym. What? Accepting that one will never get to a point where the channel will cover or even exceed the outlay on each video is going to be a challenge, and getting used to the reality that the demand for content by old folk like me is highly likely the most severe limiting factor. Gary Eats, debunked. There's massive desire for older people reviewing food. Most severe limiting factor to growth, made only worse by realizing I cannot do anything about it. Reality stinks, doesn't it? Eh? Anyhow, reducing the level of work, money, and time I spend on YouTube will help me to get used to slowing back down and growing old disgracefully still. And despite my never going to be solvent or a star through YouTube, I hope you guys will stay with me and enjoy the revised program schedule for now. Thank you for your support and friendship. Hugs, Nikki XXX. Now, 2 videos is enough, don't overdo it. All the warmest greetings, take good care. Okay, such an insightful yet considerate message. Now, what is the content this person is tearing themselves to shreds over? Endless stream of editing. Seems okay so far? Utterly false. If you think this statement is normal, have some alone time. Let's watch, the thumbnails are too fucking good. The thumbnails are so good. Especially this AI one. And I presume AI banner. You said okay, not normal? Fair enough. Make a guess about this song. Right now. We've got a chroma B-roll. We've got some more B-roll. Ready?
Welcome back to Nikki's Nosh, and today we are at Spark.
You're showing us a corridor and a photo booth. For how long?
Sampling sizzling delights that leave a lasting mark. Baby boys burgers, but Nikki kept mixing the name. Yet one bite of their...
My favorite thing... Delete the spam? What spam? My favorite thing is... she's in like a depression spiral because she's not getting attention. If she got a significant amount of attention, there would be a tidal wave of hatred for her use of AI. It's just... it's so funny. She doesn't know how much she needs there to not be attention on this.
Double classic rewrote the game. Big boy, big baby. Nikki mixed up the name. But taste that burger
Now, did you see the editing? Little picture in the corner. We're on the burger. Count the seconds.
Sykes Farm's finest, ground fresh and smashed with flair. Crisp edged and juicy, a flavor beyond compare. Fries golden and crisp, seasoned just right.
I don't know. Does anyone want to watch this? This is my favorite. This is like the best edit. This is the best edit. This is the best edit. When the food hygiene rating pops up on screen. All right, now.
Welcome back to Nicky's Nosh. And I nearly fell over then, didn't I?
Prepare
right,
yourself.
Well, we're at Spark again. Welcome back to Nicky's Nosh, and of course I'm Nicky. I did say I'd be coming back to Spark, and I'm
Look in the background. They noticed the camera.
here. When I pulled up to this stall here, this stand, they said, "It's Nicky's Nosh," which was a big surprise.
1K Andy. Egoing out.
As you can imagine, and in fact, they are the second, third, and fourth people that ever recognised me and ran out and about. The first person was at Drake's Fish and Chip Shop. Baby Boy Burgers
I wouldn't eat at Drake's any food establishment.
was set up about 14 months ago by Josh. No, it's not Josh. You're Jack, aren't you? Baby Boy Burgers was set up by Josh, who is a chef.
Tim, you can't do this to us.
And obviously has worked in all sorts of different places.
I love as well. Okay. Interview.
Street food places
starts.
before that.
So yeah, I trained as a chef for about 6 years.
So you've been running this for 40.
So we have 5 minutes to like 9, like a 4-minute owner interview. I don't think anyone watched that.
Top of what you would normally have. So here's the bill, right? So we've got the
25 quid.
classic burger, $11.99. We've got the double up, which is another £3.50.
Swedish kroner superberry.
Thank you,
Sterling's
Anders
looking
Pack.
worse than ever.
Thank you, Anders Pack. Dropped 25.5 quid. You don't need to do this. You don't need to be dropping this much money. If it's killing you, if it's like I can't afford to keep this up, find a different niche. You can still do food videos and not spend this much every time.
We've got the house fries at £3.50, and then we've got that lager, which is Stone Buena Vista Salt and Lime Lager, made in California. The total cost is £25.49, but I wouldn't know, Jack. And it's
Meal appears 14 minutes into the video.
time. Okay, darling. There's a burger here. I'm going to hold it up to you. Look at that burger, right?
The focus is on your face.
Now, he explained what's in it, so I'm not going to go through that again.
The camera is focused on you.
And I'm just going to eat it.
I think you set the focal point in such a way that that burger will not be focused on unless you manually do it.
I think it might be best if I put a knife through this, and let's see if I've still got in my bag my knife and fork. If you're doing food reviews, the one thing...
Oh no! She carries a knife
you've
around!
got to do, particularly if it's street food or takeaways, is get yourself one of these. They're only a few pounds.
This is terrible advice in the UK!
From Amazon. And you get a knife with it, and you get a fork.
Oh, it's an airport knife.
These, they're only a few pounds. I got it from Amazon, and you get a knife.
No, that's safe. That's an airport knife. You ever eaten at a restaurant in an airport? They give you the little tard knives that you can't hurt anyone with.
With it, and you get a fork, and you also get some straws. Oh no, these are chopsticks. You also get a fork as well.
I'm going to be real. This actually seems like great advice if you're an out and about food person.
And a spoon.
True, it does have a point on it. As usual, my girlfriend's correct. The airport knives do not have a point.
So there you are. That's
You could totally shank someone with that.
that.
I wouldn't bring that with me. I feel like you could get cautioned for that, or there could be a misunderstanding.
No. I'm staying on the edge here because...
I feel like Nikki would not get cautioned for this. I feel like, as a bald man in his 30s, if I whip that out of my backpack, I might get tased.
Obviously, I've got something behind me. So the one of the big codes of doing food reviews is don't have someone sitting behind you, because sometimes they can take offence, but at the same time, sometimes they can be bloody nuisances. I watched watched Greeno.
Yeah, but it's not like that's, you have to understand that's your problem.
He was at Murgatroyd's, and there was some rather dead leg looking rascal in the distance, and of course I kept watching the man behind him rather than anything.
This is kind of sad.
You know, and I did a video yesterday, which was, and they make these gherkin things, these pickles here themselves.
Yep. What is going on?
That is marvellous. That really is marvellous.
It's a fucking pickle.
Right. So I don't
It's a
want
pickle.
anybody behind me. If I've got anybody behind me now, will you please tell me? Because they obviously might be made of metal. Oh.
I don't know what that means. I didn't realize we were in Dementoid country.
It's absolute. This is marvelous. But it was amazing that they recognised me.
Here's the person I want to notice me. Spouts schizo gibberish. People recognized me. Anders Pack, thank you very, very much. Greatly appreciated.
And they said they watch all my videos.
Yeah,
Right.
I bet they did.
A lot of this has fallen out, but look at this, Berg. Look at this.
It literally looks like you took a patty out of a Big Mac. Whatever you've done to it, yes, sugar dust. It literally looks like a McDonald's burger. Genuinely striking resemblance. You've done them insanely dirty.
And they make their own. I know where they get their beef and pork from. They get it from Sykes House Farm. Now, I used to get my sausages from there.
What did you do with the sausages? Greatly appreciated, Anders.
It's delicious. It's beautiful. It's nicely cooked. It's got a really nice crisp outer, properly cooked. But I mean, seriously, look. Yeah.
That's pretty good. Context. This person is like neglecting house chores to do these videos, apparently. It's a smash burger. The patty is meant to be thin. It's a smash burger.
This is beautiful.
Oh, we got chips.
But turn this round.
I feel like we needed this shot first.
You get so many. You get such a big portion. They really are beautiful chips. Just the right amount of seasoning as well. Chip spice. It's got a spicy flavour, but not
The chip spice has a spicy flavor.
too much. A little bit of salt, a bit of paprika. Now remember, this is exactly the same size as anybody else would get. Let's turn this round again. You get a chance to look at this burger.
I'm not getting special treatment, guys.
Right. Locally made baps as well. Look at that. Oh, sorry, yeah. Okay, I might. No, if you sit yourselves down, no problem at all. I'm sorry, I'm filming. So the thing is, I'm holding the food, holding the baby. It's baby boy burger. So it is. I'm really holding the baby here. But look at that. That's good.
So
that is beautiful.
Amazing.
I'm going to eat a bit more.
I was not planning on really looking at this person's stuff, but I'm curious now.
Baby boy burgers are not big baby, is it? It's not big boy. It's not big baby. It's baby boy burgers. Baby boy burgers, remember that? And they're on the ground floor of Spark. I'm done. I think I can go home now. I really have enjoyed this meal. It's just right. So,
there's one other thing I know. They're talking about, you know, losing money doing this, which they certainly are. Averaging like 1K views, spending. They're losing almost as much as I lost with that King Cobra burger, with that King Cobra sandwich video. Let's check out some of the spending. They spent almost as much as I spent on the ingredients for that sandwich. Granted, I didn't use all the ingredients. I'm just stocked up on spices and mustard and beer and stuff. I bought a 4-pack of beer. That's part of why it was more expensive. It's so good. It's like a YouTube version of an old Thai woman's Facebook page.
now come on, 6 o'clock. I've been here for an hour eating, and I've only eaten the salad. I'm wondering what those mushrooms are going to be like, because you know me, I love mushrooms. And I'll also bring us one of those fried bananas. Now, the other one thing I have to say is that they do roasted pineapple with cinnamon. You say, well, hang on a minute, is that a pudding?
Get it and show us.
No, it isn't. Strangely, if you eat it with your main meal. I had it last time.
As long as you don't put it on a pizza. So, this person who's told us that they're fucking themselves financially, the time it takes them to eat and film and edit is eating into time for basic housework and gardening. How much do you think they spent on this video? Not 300. Sorry, by spent, I mean money spent. Here's the bill. £60.50.
As I say, I had 2 beers because I've been here for a lot longer than you would be. Still got a little bit to swing down.
2 beers.
And I am, of course, celebrating my 1,000 subscribers.
True, had to go out of the way to get
all
this.
All the money's gone now. I haven't made that much money.
This is really sad.
Money's gone now. I am, of course, celebrating my 1,000 subscribers. All the money's gone now. I haven't made that much money. So that's me done. Please like.
The food channels that just do like, is this the best fish and chips? Is this the best full English? They do it because they're not going to spend 60 quid a video. In part, that's part of why there are so many clone channels where they focus on like, is this the best like sandwich joint? Is this the best fried chicken? And they just do those places. Part of it is because, especially when you're starting out, you're not going to be spending £60 twice a week.
And subscribe and share this video, and by all means, it'd be really nice.
You're welcome.
You can really
I'm
nice
sharing it.
Red piece here, and then we've got a big chunk of.
This is really fun, by the way. Wait, in York. Wait, the Brazilian radicchio, whatever it's called. The Brazilian, like, they come around your table with the meat thing. I've been here! This is the one I went to in an IRL stream. I've IRL streamed here.
That.
At I think this table. I think at this table. And they have the little card you flip to red or green. Yes, it was Siffy. It's the one where the guy came with a steak and I went, yeah, feed me daddy to him. Perhaps you remember that? Yeah, I think I was literally there. Do you show the outside? Show the inside. Yeah, and the buffet in that corner there. And the bathroom on the right behind the bar. What the fuck? Legitimately the same table I was at. What are the fucking odds? This is the only place I've ever eaten in York. What the fuck? I was also the only person in the restaurant, if I remember correctly. What's the date of this video? This video is from 2 days ago. How was the food? It was pretty good. Just don't eat from the bar, only wait for the meat to come to you. That's wild. That's wild. 10 out of 10. Exceptional. I don't know if I'd say that. It's just a bunch of meat coming to your table. Just a bunch of meat coming to your table, dog. What else have you done? Oldest. Can she open it? Yes, she can. This is the content. Aldi lamb hot pot. This is the content. Spend fuck all money, make a video.
Hello there. Welcome to Nikki's Nosh. I'm Nikki. We're not noshing today. We've got an opening. And, of course...
This is so much better. This is instantly so much better. Instantly way better, in my opinion. You can tell.
For this, the first video, what better than to open some cans? These are ones that didn't work for me.
Like, I wouldn't watch it, but...
We're going to be looking at 2 that have worked for me for the last 5 to 10 years.
Bim, what babe? She looks like long legs. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Bring up a pic, perhaps. Hang on. Oh, fuck. Okay, hang on. If you haven't seen Longlegs, the Nick Cage movie...
years, and we're going to look at the best sellers on time and the design of these can openers.
This is too much. 22 minutes of actually seriously reviewing it in autistic detail? No. Reviewing a budget supermarket's food. Very good choice. You're going to spend max a couple of pounds.
Hello, welcome to Nikki's Nosh. I'm Nikki, and today we're doing a ready meal review of the Crestwood Lamb Hot Pot.
Set the audio channel to mono, and this is fixed.
A hearty and delicious recipe. It's made of lamb. It's got all the ingredients that I would use if I was making a hot pot, but I ain't got the time. This costs £2.49.
£2.49.
It's going to microwave in the oven for just over 5 minutes.
Do you think we're going to see a point where Nikki got frustrated with lack of growth and then started doing more and more expensive things? Or is it just a coincidence that we've seen like a £25 burger and a £60 meal at a Brazilian barbecue? Too good to go full English breakfast for only $3.33. Budget food option. Yes, do that. Asda pies. Potato Express with horrifying AI art. Air fryer unboxing. Okay, fair enough. £4 ostrich dinner. Aldi. You've only been going a year. Frozen alcoholic desserts. Alright. You will never slurp my penis. Is this the 18 and up barrier? Is that what's happening? York. Easiest way to repair a broken fridge door shelf. Then we have like just $2.79. Okay. Fucking hell. Got the clip-on DJI mic. Got the clip-on DJI mic. All right. Just gormlessly staring until the music stops.
Right,
Fair enough.
welcome back to
Double mayo can.
Nikki's Nosh, and today we're doing
Jar.
something a little bit different. What we're doing is we're going to try and fix something in my fridge. Now, this has happened to me once before. This fridge is about 10 years old. It's a Samsung. The bottom tray here has gone now, broken twice. Now, I did replace it around about 6 years ago because it had broken. And what tends to happen is that the base gets a little bit brittle, but at the same time, what you can't do is I've got
Bro,
it
this is...
under. I'm
Hey!
just going to have to hover over it. No. It's not a fine art, this. But if we keep at it... Right,
Bob
so we
Ross
can
of
see a little
fridges.
bit more now with this camera. Now,
Siffy, I agree. This is the best content. Drop the music a lot. Drop the music a lot. This is the best thing
that's
Nikki's
actually
done.
holding quite well.
I think Nikki should just smash things around the house and then fix them.
I have to hold the trigger down to make it work. But that's not doing so badly. So along each of the breaks, we've got to...
This is like the woman who repairs My Little Pony figurines.
Fish needs, supposedly, sunlight to keep it going. I haven't read the instructions on here, but let's have a read now. Since I've used it. May change depending on the condition.
This is fine. This is fine. Alright. Perfect Eve's pudding.
Welcome back. And since today it is welcome to Sunday, where we make all sorts of hot, cold, and frozen desserts. Everything in between and do it as easily as possible. So here's Nikki to show you how. Come on, man.
Well, welcome to Nikki's Nosh, and of course I'm Nikki. And today, of course, it's Sunday. And you can spell that in two different ways. Sunday as in the day of the week, and Sunday as in desserts. And we're making desserts. And
Still hasn't found out how to make the voiceover channel mono, apparently.
For the last 2 weeks, we've been making frozen desserts.
Okay.
Much cake, so don't worry about it. So we've got those there. Now you can see, look, it's half and half. So it's half of pineapple with lemon curd. I've had more of this, however, what you could...
The lighting here is mind-raping me. Some of the shadows are going one way, some are going the other way, but in ways I wouldn't... I guess there are lots of lights at different intensities.
do is you can wipe it down if you really want to.
No. Grandma, stop.
You can eat it as a pudding. It's like a cookie dough thing.
No, please.
This tastes absolutely delicious. Absolutely gorgeous, even.
What we didn't see is the bit I skipped is her just filling it with mayo. Didn't you know the light makes the shadow? If you have lights at different intensities, you get weird things going on with shadow darknesses and when there are different light sources at different intensities, you can get weird fucking things happening.
This is a pudding I do for myself very often.
Depending on the positioning of stuff, and it looks crazy and it breaks your brain. I've had to wrestle with that recently.
Oh.
But you'll never find out about that.
This is a ginger. I can taste the ginger.
Okay. Is this lady just gonna eat a quart of raw cake mix in front of us?
It's really good.
So you could serve this as a pudding, as a dessert, without having to cook it. So let's not worry. Of the ginger.
All right. May I? Okay, here's the finished product.
It's fluffy. It's got the flavour of the ginger.
Okay. The music is putting me to sleep. Okay. Full English. Perfect pudding. Takeaway breakfast at Toby Carvery. That's not going to be too expensive. Toby. Hitting the Carlsberg. Hitting the Carlsberg. All right.
Too good to go. Time to.
Is not recommended as standard, and certainly I wouldn't do this.
Is that Richard Dawkins?
Unless you're absolutely sure, and you've got a fridge like mine, which is at 2 degrees Celsius rather than at 5.
What's happening?
So, certainly, I wouldn't eat it if I'm going to risk it. It should be 73, but we're reheating it, so we might be able to get away with it. Basically, we're going to have.
Don't you want reheated stuff to be hotter? I think this person is drunk as well.
Have this now.
All right.
The bread is like fresh bread that's come straight.
Bread is like bread. Okay, cool. Is this where we start getting takeaway restaurants? Is she cosplaying Gary Eats in this one? What do we have? What jumps out? How to make parking. I feel like there's something really good hidden in here. Expert smoke.
Right, here I am outside. It's called brunch time outside, but it is the Smoke Bros here, and I'm going to get my.
Let's see the interaction.
Okay, well look, thanks ever so much. I'm most grateful. You have a good weekend, because this is your busy time now, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you again. Most grateful. Cheers now. Bye bye. Right, well, I'm back home now.
What was that transition?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you again.
Watch.
Most grateful.
Spiral.
Bye bye. Right.
Spiral transition to an overhead shot, and then it just hard cuts here.
Well, I'm back home now. Welcome to Nikki's Nosh, and of course I'm Nikki, and we went.
Got to have the Carlsberg
to get a takeaway. It was on the other side. 7 minutes. Hi Sapien. I'm hoping that it's going to be exceptionally special. Now,
18 quid.
It's taken me 3/4 of an hour to get home. There was no way I could eat it on the premises or whatever. It's a takeaway. There was no way I could eat it there, and I couldn't film it.
Oh,
so
no.
I brought it home. I asked.
Bro, just do drugs, make a vape channel. You're not making any money with a vape channel, okay? They will stop you.
Dane, how I should prepare it. And I said I've got an air fryer, so I've got it in my High Sapientia over here, and it's doing for 7 minutes. So we'll just have a quick look. We'll just look over, and you can see here.
Do you want my advice? So, she took so long to get home that the food is now cold and she's reheating it in the air fryer. Cool little trick about YouTube videos. Just lie. Just pretend that, reheat it and pretend that didn't happen. Or, reheat it and just mention briefly that you reheated it because of that.
Yeah. So
this is not a fun segment. There aren't fun noises. There's nothing fun on the
got
screen.
My High Sapientia here, which is working a dream. I set it up for 7 minutes, and the light. Let's put the light on. And I'm using half of my high sapientia, so it's effectively use a small air fry. Set it on air fry for 7 minutes.
Let's go.
Look at that.
Whaler, the sandwich in the Cobra video is the third one I made.
This is just right. We'll put that there.
No, it's just right.
And let's pull the burger out.
Perfectly reheated.
So I've got two lots of fries. There you go. There's the burger, and there's the fries. So they're all both on here. Here we are. We've got a camera above, and we've got a camera.
You had to do 3 takes. Well, Siffy, 4 takes if you include the test run.
We're looking at that thing. Now remember, so this is the Halloween special. It's got pumpkin relish. It's got a burgers, and
5 if you include the version of it I made to take glamour shots.
it's got other stuff as well, and it's really hot.
Yeah, because you just...
The other
I think Nikki has potential. I think Nikki should start doing food hacks.
nice thing is that they obviously came in cardboard rather than plastic, which is good.
Oh.
Now, this is hot.
Tim, why would you do this? I didn't, Siffy. It's a joke.
Let's have a taste of the chip. These are good. Crispy on the outside. Soft on the inside. So,
well, yeah, I'm sure it's crispy after you
quite
cooked it again.
With my high sapientia. Now, I want to get that burger off there onto my plate, but I'm scared of dropping it. Right, so everything that came with...
This is really good. This is actually really good.
With the $15.99, $15.95 burger, a decent amount of fries, and then you got the burger there. Okay, move that out of the way, and then separately, I got the pulled pork with loaded fries. So let's have a little taste of that.
I think the reheating of it primarily served to dehydrate it, right?
That's good. That's incredible. Now, Dane was telling me that he does all his own steaming, and all of this meat...
Steamed hams!
Beef.
He doesn't outsource his steaming.
Lamb and pork. We haven't got the lamb, but that is, well, that's good. I'm going to just have a quick pick of those. I'm going to show them to a camera.
There we go.
Can you see that loaded fry set? I'm told by a friend.
Yo, that monitor!
I put too much in my mouth, and that Gary Eats wouldn't do that.
Oh, there we go.
Close up, right? Can you see that?
Yes.
That's two fries and some pulled pork.
I'll be real with you. I think this is drunk breathing. I don't think this is out of breath. I think this is alcohol.
The smoking. It's just right. It's got a...
Don't say
obviously
smoky.
it's home smoked. Fresh today. I mean, this to be honest, this is a side, but this would really frankly be a meal in itself for me.
Sure, Nikki.
We know where the beef is in there.
Sure, I believe you, Nikki.
It's marvelous, and this is what I particularly like. You know, we've got a pumpkin relish, which is quite unique,
That's
quite
cool.
different. Got a nice pumpkin relish. Then we've of the beans. That is my
7.5.
second takeaway for the Nikki's Nosh channel. Obviously, I've had takeaways before, but
Takeaway 2. Takeaway 2. All right, what else do we have here? First full Christmas roast. Marks and Spencer's Cafe. Looking out of it in the thumbnail. Is this going to be a reheated fish and chips?
Right, well, guess where I am? I'm at Thompson's famous fish and chip shop, and it's freezing cold outside, so let's get on and go in and have a little look at Thompson's. So, come on.
Can I just...
Fish and chip shop.
Am I out of my mind?
Thank you so much.
Is she skinwalking Gary with that choice of jacket, the sleeveless jacket? Grey? Am I going too far? Am I out of my mind?
And it's freezing cold outside, so let's go on. Let's £16.50. Now that includes mushy peas, bread and butter, tartar sauce.
Gotcha. That's
How
pretty
am I
big.
going to eat all this? Look at this.
You can't say that.
Right, here's my hand. Right, and there's this fish. Right.
It's called a vest, thanks. I'm not gay. I don't know the name of clothing.
It's about twice the size of
Articles.
my hand. Right, that's a knife. Look how long that is compared to the knife. It's an enormous portion.
Whip out a banana for scale.
And this is a regular sized portion of fish and chips.
They do tend to be quite large,
Right,
yeah.
so we've got a fish cake there, which is that's the standard
Whoa.
fish cake. That's the Yorkshire fish cake. It's not the cod and prawn one. Yeah. And then we've got this here. So let's have a little look at the dinner. Right.
Yep. I'm going to be real with you. That looks kind of ass. That looks too oily, and it looks like the batter's too thin. That's like a fucking tempura or something. The fish does look thick. Could be really good fish. I want my fish and chips to have a substantial layer of butter, to be crispy and not to be oil logged on the outside.
That batter is crisp, and it's not.
It doesn't look it. It doesn't look it. It doesn't look it.
It's not. There's not a lot of it. I don't like too much batter. I really don't. Let me just put a little bit of. This is what I do like. I don't like vinegar. I prefer lemon. I've used that one up. Well.
All right. I don't. If I'm going to use lemon or vinegar and add it to something, I will add it to like maybe 2 or 3 bites worth. Eat that, add more. Eat that, add more. I don't want to cover something with batter in lemon because it's going to make it all soggy.
Well, oh well, oh well. Put the what's it on there, and I'll hold it up for the camera. Right, let's have a. Let's get this up. Ouch! It's terribly hot. That underneath there. Look at that! Look at that! Look at.
You're supposed to take a still from that and use it as the thumbnail and cut that from the video.
That there, look. Sorry?
That's a giant one.
Sorry?
Is that the big one? Fish.
No, it's a standard one.
Oh.
It's incredible.
I thought it's giant.
Well, it's a standard one. I mean, and that's what they said anyway. Right, I am going to try this fish.
Savage.
That fish is gorgeous, isn't it? Oh. Look at that. Look.
Yeah, it looks absolutely... It looks like condensation has turned the batter into total sogginess on the bottom. As if it were stored in a box on the way home or something.
Look at that fish there.
Yeah, it looks fucking... The flesh looks fine. The flesh looks great. Batter looks like my skin after a bath.
Look at this piece of fish. Look at that fish. Sorry. It's superb. Thank you very much. This fish, I have to say,
okay,
this fish is better than I've had elsewhere.
Glowing praise. Glowing and meaningful praise. That means something to me. Where else have you been eating fish? From your pond?
So far. Now, this will be a bit of a test. Let's try the mushy peas, because remember, I don't like mushy peas.
Yeah, you're not
But
going to like
I might
these.
like these, but we'll see.
They're pretty bland. They're more of a textural thing. Some places add mint to them, which I like.
See, here goes. I'm not so sure about the mushy peas. Well, I've never liked them. I've never liked them, but
Oh, she's talking to that person directly. I was like, why is she staring out into the distance? I can't
no,
hear what
I can
the
get used to
person's
these.
saying.
These have got a good flavour to them.
You're a coward.
Everything's okay. Yeah. So look. Actually, I can eat these mushy peas as well.
Yo, you're scared of saying it's ass.
Oh, these are good. So they get Nikki's nod for just for the mushy peas. Let's have a try these chips. Mm.
Mm. Okay.
The chips are great as well. Here in
All right.
York, going and right, and they say right up until May of next year.
Telling us stuff.
There's the butter falling away.
Why are you taking
Let's
it
see
off?
There you can see. Look at that piece of fish there.
Ripping the batter off to show us the fish. Moving it, I guess, too fast into the camera or not the right spot so that it doesn't focus and it's blurry now. There, you can see the fish.
Isn't it lovely? Oh, I think you're
Yo,
going to guess
this
what
is
I'm
so
going to give
good.
this.
This is
Now,
amazing.
do I still like their mushy peas? Let's try them on with the chips.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Wrap it up. You know, everybody seems to be very happy
Look,
in York. You
look.
don't get those miserable types that you
Look.
get in London.
The video needs a bit of pizzazz. There hasn't been a graphic on the screen for 2 minutes.
So,
Please, spice it up.
Let's try and wrap it up. I had
Just
a starter.
fucking put the food hygiene rating
prawn
there.
cocktail. Classic prawn cocktail.
Won't get
Far
food
bigger than
poisoning here.
prawn cocktails I've had in the past. Full of good quality ingredients, good sized prawns, brilliant Mary Rose sauce, and also splendid. Always
Let's see
worth
this
the
edit.
money.
Let's
And
see this
so
edit.
There we are. So my day is done. I hope you enjoyed the video as much as I enjoyed eating the food in front of you. And if you like the video, please give it a thumbs up to say you liked it. YouTube's algorithm will then say, "Oh, that's a good
This is
video." And therefore they'll recommend
horrifying.
it to other people.
This is the scariest shit
Another
I've seen
way
in
of
my
telling
life.
The algorithm how much you enjoyed it is to subscribe. Now, if you've already subscribed, thanks very much.
The flesh
If you
beasts are
haven't,
coming.
Please do. It costs nothing, and it helps me a great deal. My target is, if I can, and it's a big.
It's like a Dark Souls boss. All right. What else do we have? There's another. Oh, trouble at the till at York's Black Bull Sizzling Pub. Dodging discounts, our computer says no. Bad experience on settling the bill, now resolved. Wait. Scam drama. Scam drama.
Oh, hello! Welcome back to Nicky's Nosh. And today we're eating at the Black Bull in York. Welcome back to Nicky's Nosh, and of course I'm
Today I'm going to eat out my Black Bull.
Nicky, and today we're at the Black Bull. Thank you very much.
Nice to see you here again.
Is this... Are you having like the funeral grill? Why is it so sad? It's AI Gen as well! It's an AI promo.
Nice to see you here again on Nikki's nosh. Please be sure to like, comment, and share, for which we thank you.
Fuck me, dude! This is amazing. This is so good. I love the fucking blown out volume.
Well, it's nice to see you again, and welcome to 2025.
I feel like I'm playing Act 3 in an RPG where I'm meeting up again with someone we thought was dead, but they can no longer work with us. They're on the other team.
And welcome to Nikki's Notion, of course. I've already said it.
But we're having one last meeting.
I started...
Ben, it's fucking obviously AI generated, you fucking dipshit. Don't say anything ever again.
Very fitfully in 2024, but in 2025, I really want to be posting on a continuous basis. My sort of target is about every 3 to 4 days I'll produce a video. So target is two videos a week. If I do more than that, it'll be great.
Wait.
I'll produce a video. So my sort of target is about every 3 to 4 days I'll produce a video. So target is two videos a week.
2 months ago, the target was 2 videos a week. Yesterday, she put up a video saying she's going to cut back to 2 videos a week.
If I do more than that, it'll be great. If I do less than that, you can tell me, Nikki, you're going to have to pick your feet up. I'm at a...
She told people to pressure
restaurant.
her to do more.
One of the features is you get a hot skillet with all your food on. So what I've done is I've ordered, and you'll like this, Gary and Greeno, I've ordered the
Clerambeau syndrome. Although I have to tell you, the food YouTuber she mentioned there, Greeno Eats, promoted her.
A starter, which is beer battered.
Like it's so over for her. She got the attention, bro, from one of them.
Salt and pepper mushrooms with a blue cheese dip. Now I actually adore mushrooms. I really, if I can, always start with.
The reason she's emphasizing her love of mushrooms is because Gary emphasizes his dislike of mushrooms. In case you weren't
I will
aware.
do so. That's what I'm going to start with. So I'm going to start 2025 with a starter of beer battered salt and pepper mushrooms. It's a nice presentation, but I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day. I held back a little bit.
Nice presentation. There's a little thing of sauce, and it's around the thing of sauce.
I'm going to go on a diet. Even though I didn't start doing the eating out.
She's cutting back 1 video a week down to 2 videos a week, so she can go to the gym. By the way,
until around about September time, I put on weight. I think I put on around about 5 kilos in weight.
Okay.
Already, and I really don't want to put any more weight on. My clothes won't fit me. Nice starter, 8 of them. What did I pay for those? About 80 pence a mushroom. So, one thing I want to do in
let's see the sizzler. Yeah, okay. I'm losing my mind as I'm sucked into the chip vortex. I'll tell you what. Nice angle. Good. Good.
Let's try the chips.
What is that? Oh no, she's just like me. She's just like me. I destroy everything.
Commercial chips. There's nothing special about those chips. They were skin on.
I don't think this is a tranoid. It's just like a million-year-old woman who's like rotting like a pumpkin, right?
Prize, supposedly, but well, they've got a bit of skin on them. But I have got some mayonnaise, and there's some tomato ketchup, and there's we've got a malt vinegar.
Nice.
We've got a Louise, it tastes marvellous.
Oh fuck! I'm not a mayo on chips guy. I'm not a mayo on chips guy. I'm not a mayo on chips guy.
There's the chips.
It's probably out of a fucking bag. Let me go grab something. If you're gonna have mayo on chips, it has to be like a thin line, thin squiggle. Let me check something for you. Yeah. 2 weeks ago. So you know Nicki's Nosh had a bit of a crisis over hitting 1K subs and not being solvent, I guess, or rather still being in the red regarding channel finances, spending versus earnings. 2 weeks ago, she was 3 subs away from 1,000. Greeno Eats, the guy she refers to a bunch of videos, in a community post said, "I wonder if the good folk of my community can help do a fellow YouTuber a favor. Nicki's Nosh is another food review channel based up in York, and Nicki is so close to that magic 1K sub number. Will any of you give her a little boost to get of that finish line? Check her content out. She's got a style all of her own." I think that's like the killing blow to Nicki. I think it's over. I think that's what did it.
And there's still more vegetables underneath as well.
All right.
Is this a pudding explosion? Well, it's pleasant. Nice to be done. I remember.
All right,
I'm
we need the
rating
build
this
drama.
on the basis of casual dining. I'm going to be trying 2025 to be.
Why would that upset her? Because she got a blast of subs and now she's spiraling because it didn't take off.
A little bit more realistic. I'm not going to be giving as many higher figures. And remember, for me, 8 is a very good.
She made a post about how she's dialing back how much she's doing because she spends so much time working on these videos that she's like neglecting housework and stuff.
9 is excellent. 10 is exceptional. 6 and 7 is good.
Gotcha.
This is going to be my... And I think it does exactly what it says on the tin. It's a good casual dining.
Oh!
Good. And
this is so good. We got the drama. It's coming.
that is, for me, is top notch. That is a fair review. But I'm going to be doing all of this outside again. So let's go. I've had a starter, I've had a main, and I've now had a dessert. So let's go and pay the bill.
Emergency re-rating 5 out of 10. Problems at the till. Oh fuck. Trouble at the till at York's Black Bull Sizzling Pub. Trauma telling and troubleshooting tips. Now the thumbnail says now resolved, but dodging discounts or computer says no.
There was no...
The till is when you go to pay. The cash register. The till.
Bad marks, so I'm going to add a half to that, so I'm going to say 8.5. And this is going to be my benchmark in the future, 8.5, because everything is spot on. And I think it does exactly what it says on the tin. This is a good casual dining experience. I've had a starter, I've had a main, and I've now had a dessert. So let's go and pay the bill. Right then, let's go out. Let's get out of this. That's good. Done. That's lovely. Thank you. Thank you again. I really enjoyed it. Cheers now. See you again. Bye bye. Did you give me the printed receipts? Thanks again.
Oh.
Well, that's me done at the Black Bull, a sizzling restaurant. So it was £29. Oh, she gave me the receipt.
The scripted drama. Nikki knows it's wrong, got the receipt. This is fucking scripted. She planned on doing this. I guarantee you. Look at what she's doing. It was £29 and she's going to look at the receipt and go, "Oh wait. Oh." Right?
Black Bull.
Like, it's not scripted that they didn't give her the discount or whatever. But I guarantee you she knew at the till. Let's watch.
A sizzling restaurant. So it was £29. Oh, she gave me the receipt. It was £29.52.
Oh, never mind. Maybe this isn't.
Right? And that
I thought there was going to be like a, "Oh my god, why is it supposed to be £29? Okay, never mind.
Was no.
Okay, it's good.
Oh, hang on, I'm going to have to go back in. Right, I'm outside. Now, I had a 40% off the main.
She absolutely knew and wanted to do that shot. I respect it, just don't make it as obvious.
Bill, right? I didn't think I needed to mention it a second time, but obviously not. So they charged me £29.52. So I go back in and I say, "Look, you've overcharged me. I've got a 40% off the mains on here." "Oh, we can't do that, we've signed it off." As one of the guys who was here said, if you went in and they said, "We've charged you for 5 pints," well, hang on a minute, I've only had 4, they would give you the discount, wouldn't they? Apparently the server spoke to the manager and the manager wasn't prepared to come out and talk to me about it. But I was going to give this 8.5 out of 10. Unfortunately, I'm now knocking, it's going down to 5. If you come into a Sizzler, you be sure to show them your membership card. And if you've got any discounts, be sure to do it. And do it at the end before
That's just like normal, though.
you pay the bill. Will I be...
Does anyone not do that? I told the waitress at the start that I have the membership on my phone. Yeah, Hex, she's saying she forgot to say at the till. She said she told them at the start. To make it clear, I had not been reminded to show the discount voucher at the till. I did forget to show the voucher. My mistake. It was not unreasonable to expect it to add it to the bill. Hang on.
Right, I'm outside. Now, I had a 40% off the main bill, right? I didn't think I needed to mention it a second time, but obviously not. So they've charged me £29.
Didn't think I needed to mention it a second time.
£52. So I go back in and I say, "Look, you've overcharged me again." Back to sizzling. Now talk to me about it. Well, I was going to give this 8.5 out of 10. Unfortunately, I'm now knocking. It's going down to 5. If you come into a Sizzler...
5 out of 10. I didn't show my voucher at the till.
You be sure to show them your membership card. And if you've got any discounts, be sure to do it. And do it at the end before you pay the bill. Will I be coming back to sizzling? No, I won't. A very unhappy Nikki is leaving this joint and I'm going home now feeling a bit sad. So this is the update on what happened after I got to the till. And
this is holy fucking shit.
Speak to the same person and I say, "Excuse me, there's been a problem. Either you hadn't logged my 40%.
Oh wait,
say,
same
"Excuse
person?
me, there's been a problem." To the till. And I speak to the same person.
The same person you showed it to the first time, or the same person who was at the till when you paid?
And I say, "Excuse me, there's been a problem. Either you hadn't logged my 40% voucher, or I hadn't been asked to give it you again. But either way, obviously I've got a 40% voucher. It's worth £6.20. So can you please knock it off the bill, please?" And then
It's not how it works. For instance, you might not want to, right? Use it. If it's 40% off all your mains, you might go there once on your own and then bring friends back. You all get mains 40% off everyone's, for instance. There are reasons not to do it. If it's for one main, okay.
You know, give us a credit for it. And she says, no, we can't do that. She said, can't do that at all. I said, well,
the spirit of WPC is possessing.
Can you have a word with the manager, please? So she then goes off and she has a word with the manager. And the manager doesn't come to me at all. I'm just an ordinary customer. So this is the ordinary customer experience that I received when I went to pay my bill. First of
Yeah, you don't show them the discount voucher when you pay, you don't get the discount.
all, they didn't put the 40% voucher on. Now, you could argue that I forgot to put it on. I forgot to say, well, I've got a voucher. But at no point did they prompt me to give the voucher. Which is a bit iffy, really. And in certain cases, I mean, I've had vouchers for other places, and I've gone back and said, hang on a minute, I've forgotten to put the voucher on. No problem. And they would, what they would do is they would reverse the receipt and then put it all back through with the £6.20 deducted off. £6.20 on a bill for £29.52 is about 21%. It's a massive amount of money. They are approaching me as if I...
Massive amount of money.
I was an ordinary customer. They didn't know I was doing YouTube, so they were reacting as I was a normal customer, and that's what made me...
You think if you were doing YouTube, they would have reversed it?
Me even more worried. She came back, and she said, nope. She says, we can't do it. She says, it's been cashed up, she said. It's been cashed off. I said, are you sure? Yep, we can't do anything, sorry. But I said, well, I really got a little bit cross. I said, are you absolutely sure you can't refund me the £6.20? Nope, we can't do it. So they are. That's it, thank you, she said. And so I went back outside. As you know, I've got ADHD, so I don't necessarily
oh my God.
give of my best. I find it a job to think of things logically. But it just didn't make sense. To me, somebody who's got a valid voucher, 40% off the mains, would get this sort of palaver where they were trying to do me out of the £6.40. No.
Then, they're not trying to trick you. They would have given it to you if you just showed the voucher.
He came back outside, so I came home. So when I got home, I phoned the place to speak to a manager. So I left a message. Then what I did is I went on the Sizzling Pubs and Grills website and I left them
Nikki, I know what you're doing.
A complaint. I was fuming. I'd had a really lovely meal. I was really calm, really relaxed. And then,
hey, look at this. Look at this place. Look at where you can send in messages.
Bam! You can't have your £6.
Now, if a place genuinely fucks you, that's based. Destroy their inbox. But you didn't show them the voucher.
20 voucher off. You can't have the discount. Well, no one had given me a bill. I wasn't able to sort of look at it. They just sort of, it was a fait accompli, you know. You owe £29.52. That's it. This business of cashing off sounds like a computer says no. Some person back at head office has determined that we'll say no to it. Well, it's crazy. It's a nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. First of all, you should be asking if anybody's got vouchers. That's a real thing. Because the thing is, they're excited. They've had a good meal, hopefully, and now they're going to get £6.20 off their bill. You know, it's joy.
You weren't that excited. You weren't excited enough to whip it out.
You have joys. Fantastic.
If chat's trans read is correct, very lucky you didn't.
Customer service. Fantastic food.
Look, let's address this directly. Masculine face, okay? But very heavy and old. I think it can read as trans. I think that obscures it.
Food, and now you're going to give them a fantastic send away with a £6.20 off their bill.
You've heard old women who sound like this.
Joys, But no, not at this till. They refused me the £6.20. I'm just an ordinary blooming Joanne that's appeared at the door and ate a meal. Now, if they're treating everybody like this, it's bad news. I expected someone to ring me back that evening, but
that's what I'm saying, Siffy.
They didn't. Nobody rang. And in fact, the written complaint that I put on their website, I still haven't had a written reply or email acknowledging anything. But on the Saturday morning, I was rung by...
Let me give you my... You think someone would pay to have tits like that? Sorry, I didn't want to be crude, but...
The duty manager, let's call her Amy, and Amy said...
Yes? Strap them on and give them the sag? Stick them in and give them the sag?
She was very sorry. She said she'd spoken to George. She knew full well that I had a voucher. She knew that I had my loyalty card registered on the system. All she could possibly do was apologise, because the system with regards to refusing a refund against a voucher is company policy. Or is it company policy? She said, well, they don't like doing it. They don't like reversing the charge, because what would have to happen is exactly what I asked. Please.
There's literally Amazon saggy tits? Sorry, Irish Tom, I'm not trans. I don't look at that stuff.
Reverse the entire transaction and refund me that and then reissue it. And I suspect the reason is that, and she did mention, she says, well, then customers then complain because they've been billed twice, which is correct, and the refund won't necessarily have gone through. They can raise a chargeback with the credit card company, and that's perfectly reasonable. But I've had lots of these where I've had to take something back or whatever, and they've refunded me, or they've completely reversed the
we have overlays coming.
Issued it all.
We have overlays coming.
It's not rocket science, but apparently staff get told off for doing it, which again is a bad sign. Some accountant back at head office, I suspect, has said, well, we don't want to get all these possible chargeback claims, so let's just turn it down. But it's bad practice. It's bad commercial practice, and it's bad marketing. You're trying to build loyal customers, and you're just turning people away by denying them the voucher. And you spend a lot of time, Mitchells and Butlers spend a lot of time emailing. I have had 3 or 4 emails from them in the last few days telling me what their offers are. There's no doubt about it. It spurred me on. I wouldn't necessarily have
spurred me on. Loyalty is a two-way street. It requires both sides to be faithful to each other.
It was just a nice thing for me to talk about on my video at the same time as getting a reasonable meal. The explanation I got didn't seem to make any sense. It didn't make commercial sense. It didn't make, certainly, customer loyalty sense at all, because they frustrated me. But she did say, well...
I think it made commercial sense. You're never going back there regardless.
We're sorry that this has happened, and so what we'll do is we will send you a gift card for £10. So effectively, they've upgraded me from a £6.20 discount to £10, and I can use that in any Mitchells and Butler outlet.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm no worse off. In fact, I'm better off by £3.80, but I'm not.
You got owned. Wait, they gave you a £10 voucher?
I'm not angry about that. I'm not angry about it at all. I'm just a bit cross. That is their policy. They should be saying, well, I'm sorry.
Nikki doesn't know she's been owned.
Sorry about that. Let's refund you. But I'll have to refund you. Therefore, it'll be on the card will be on there twice, but obviously it'll all balance out afterwards. A simple explanation would have solved the problem. I can't understand why the manager didn't come to talk to me. I just feel that they're missing a few points, because it should be joy of joys. You've got a voucher, fantastic. Really pleased with you again. That's £6.20. Great.
Joy of joys. I have to eat there again to take advantage of this. Do you understand?
No, they don't seem to want to get you to claim the voucher. And so if say, I forgot the voucher, they're losing custom. And who wants to lose custom in this day and age? Is it a trust issue? Do you think they're trying to lift my leg? It's a York phrase, lifting your leg, basically. Means, are they trying to diddle you? Are they trying to not... Is it a trust issue? Do you think they're trying to lift my leg? It's a York phrase, lifting your leg, basically. Means, are they trying to diddle you? Are they trying
are they lifting your leg? Are they trying to diddle you?
I don't think so, but they don't make a big thing of it. You certainly get the marketing, bang, 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 there's a discount, here's what's it.
It takes 20 years to build a reputation and 5 minutes to ruin it. If you think about that, you'll do things differently. Lady working at the cash register of Sizzler. Warren
this,
Buffett.
Have that, have the other. But then when it comes to the till part, they try to dodge asking you for the voucher. Only matter
They try to dodge asking you for the voucher.
Showing you something on your phone.
The lady working the till doesn't fucking get anything out of that. She's not getting commission on people not using promotional vouchers. They want you to use it.
I have never ever had a beef about Mitchells and Butler or any of their brands, but this really upset me. And I think you can understand that. Would you be upset if you went back in and said, hang on a minute, you've forgotten to
I'd be upset at myself.
put the voucher on, the 40% voucher, and they say, no, can't put it on now. Tough titty, Nikki. You know, I think you'd be cross. Well, tell me in the comments.
Tough Titty Nikki also. The nickname.
If you be cross, or was it just me being stupid? Comes down, there's loyalty, isn't there? They give you this loyalty card, and then in return they expect.
That's a pretty big hand. Okay. It's getting harder to keep this up. All right.
Expect you to be loyal. But there's another part of loyalty, and that is trust. And you've got to actually trust they're going to actually follow through on everything they say and do. That's called delivering value. It's called
This little this little chain needs to build my trust over decades.
delivering excellence, exceeding expectations of the customer. And I am a marketing person. I understand all these things. But hecky thump, having a wrestling match over the bill just left. I just thought it was preposterous. It was sad at the time. I was upset about it. But my God, it was preposterous. Ridiculous. And I would imagine if a customer goes in this week, they're going to go through this rigmarole with the next person, and those poor people are going to get cheesed off.
I think the next person will remember their
And
voucher.
they're not going to go back there. Can't imagine anybody would really be upset about having that meal. That was a delicious meal at reasonable prices. But you were factoring in that you were getting £6.20 off. Now I've got £10 off, really. So it's cost them more. It's cost them £10 instead of £6.20. They upset me.
It hasn't cost them £10 instead of £6.20. Oh no.
They upset me at the time. I'm not as upset now, but it's still just, the administrative system that they've got is getting in the way of customer service, and no company can afford to do it. I suspect it's not intentional. I think it's down to people don't quite understand what the heck is going on, and they don't understand the impact of some of their actions. Now, it might be somebody at head office who said this, or it might be they've misinterpreted it, but either way, they need to get their act together. And if they get their act together on the till, all of a sudden, they're going to get far more satisfaction. They're going to be delivering expectations right the way through.
The person on the till doesn't give a fuck.
From the beginning, the moment you walk in, to the moment you walk out. As it was, I was going to walk out and never go back in. That's how I felt. That I think is sad because it was a lovely meal. So there you are. So that's that. So I put you right there. I was £6.20 out of pocket. Was the meal worth £29.52? Well, yeah, that's why I gave it 8.5. And that's why, as soon as I had a bad experience at the till, that's why I knocked it down to 5 out of 10. I'm going to put the Black Bull back up. I'm not putting it back up to 8.5. It doesn't deserve it. It's got to have some hit on that, really, to be honest, because once I had the money back, I had the unpleasantness. I had to come home feeling sad. In fact, I was going to edit that video that night because I was so excited. And in fact, I didn't feel like doing it. I felt shit, to be frank. I felt absolutely crap.
I've just about had it.
I'm cross as well. And so I spent that time complaining, writing, ringing them up and sending an email. I haven't had their email back, though. So that's it might well be that they think they've resolved it, and they have resolved it. I am now satisfied that they've resolved it. I'm not satisfied that their systems are not up to snuff. They need to change the systems. They need to embrace the principle that they're giving a discount, embrace the fact that you're giving a voucher. So, have you any vouchers? Marvellous. Wow, what a way of sending a person on their way. And then if there's a mistake with the bill, and they knew that I wasn't wrong, I was right, I was entitled to that voucher, and it was the last day as well.
Yeah, they're not denying you the usage of the voucher. They just didn't apply it because you didn't present
really
it. What the
should.
fuck?
There, say, I've got a voucher. Insist that the voucher.
Hang on.
See, these are suggestions. If you go into a Mitchells and Butler place, these are the suggestions. 1, without paying your bill, ask to see the bill. Check.
It's just a loyalty app on the phone.
The bill. If it hasn't got,
like, you've got their shit on your phone, they already win. Even if the voucher is still valid, which I presume it is.
got the voucher on there, say, I've got a voucher.
insist that they take it off. Check, of course, as well that everything's on there and nothing extra is on there. That will then give you the right price. Only when it's at the right price, pay the bill. Now, the funny thing is, as well, is that they don't build in anywhere to build in a gratuity. There's no point where you can actually do it. And in fact, they said, we don't really encourage it. The staff were extremely attentive. I really, really thought they deserved a small tip. It's not common in Britain. Our friends in America who watch, obviously, it's very, very common that you have tipping. You've got a tipping culture there. But in America, the minimum...
No, it's real common here. It's really, really common. It's just often mandatory.
wage is $7.25 in Britain. The minimum wage now is £11 something.
Oh my fucking god. I can't wait for the video where Nikki finds out about all the 12% charges hidden in the bill for service charge. Nikki's gonna flip after realizing it's optional and you can tell them to take it off.
So doing it the other way around in Britain, everybody gets a better wage. So even if they're on the minimum wage, they're getting a better wage than they would if they were in America. And so the tipping culture is not as important. If you want to leave a tip, you have to really go out your way to tell them, I'd like to leave a tip, and I will put it on the card. And then it does get
Maybe at a chain, not anywhere nice.
paid. I've been assured when I spoke to Amy that it will get paid to the staff. If you do those things, that'll be fine. If when you get the bill, it goes caca, as it happened with me, go back in, point the bill out to them. If they get awkward, then simple, ask to speak to the manager. If you're not satisfied with that, ask to speak to their manager and carry on. And say, look, you're not satisfied. Keep calm, don't lose your temper. But if you are in the right, insist that you get them to reverse it.
Yeah,
now, Amy did...
Okay, where's the bill?
Right, I'm outside. Now...
No, get it back on. I'm not seeing service charge. Right. Okay. That's that drama. This is a good rabbit hole. Can still use that voucher, okay? But have to go there again. Okay, Perfection in Yorks. Where did the pricey one start? 3 alternatives to haddock. This Italian restaurant had me in tears. Tears of joy. Greek grub. Okay. Full 3-course meal, only £13. Best shawarma you've ever had. Let's go.
Welcome back to Nikki's Nosh, and today we're at Middle Feast. Right, so we're going to be at Middle Feast now. Middle Feast is a restaurant as well, but it's famous in York for being a takeaway. Now, the last time I ever had any...
I'm seeing Alan Rickman now.
Middle Eastern food was, I think, in 1979. And so...
Ha 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 ha. Okay. Get to
side
it.
of my bowl here. We can dip the halloumi sticks in there. Well, this is just the starter, remember.
Alan Rickman as he is
bill.
now.
So here's the bill of the entire...
Alan Rickman just transitioned, bro. Receipt. Wait, what? I missed something. Wait, you're getting discounts from your rail card?
At Middle Feast, okay? The total price is $15.95, but they gave me a discount for Aviva Council and Network Rate, but it's also for old people. And I'm an old person, so I got a £3.19 discount, making the total of this entire meal £12.
Did they ask you if you had a discount card?
76. You have a starter, which is halloumi fries. Well, halloumi, right?
Let's see
so
Abdu.
You'll then have to wait until it's gone back.
Okay, it's legit. It's not the homogeneous oh fuck. Emulsified brick of fat.
To another colour. So right, okay.
What do you mean, ooh, they're shaving the meat? It's what they do. It's a spinning blade. It's a spinning blade that goes. You have to shave off the cooked part.
That's incredible, isn't it? That's why we have like.
Siffy, that's what shawarma is. That's what kebabs are.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
It's like eating a fatty's leg hair.
Actually intoxicating. And everybody who gets here gets a cup of this lovely tea. Now it's called apple tea food in about 40
Bone
years.
apple tea.
And 2 minutes. So starter, main.
Hang on.
All they said was put it
Another food tuber referenced.
in the microwave for 2 minutes. So starter, main, and dessert. I don't know how much it's going to cost yet. Store. They gave everybody.
Double-walled glass is a fucking cringe trend. Fuck off.
Who visits a glass of this, which is apple tea. And it is completely and utterly delicious. I've never...
Baklava.
So we've got a baklava. Well, if you're not an
Baklava.
old person, you pay $15.95 for all of this, which is still a good deal. And the flavours are incredible. I think these meats are now well and truly cooked. But
what?
Yeah. So we've got a bag of this. The flavours are now
Where was the meat
incredible.
cooked?
I think.
Did that come out of the microwave? Hold up.
Well, at least one of those a day. And he said to put it in the microwave for 1 to 2 minutes. It's been a little longer than I got back, and I was so tired I had to sit down and have a rest, usual. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in for 2.5 minutes.
Actual Cobe spilled.
And then I will test it. And then I'll be testing it with my trusty Thermo Pro thermometer. But what you also get is you get a full salad. Got garlic, mayo, and I've got the sweet chili. And then
Why even get a takeaway if you have to reheat everything every time? Something's look, something you have to change something.
finish that salad off there. You've got some olives and things like that there, yeah? And then I think I'll go for the chicken first.
You can see all the liquids come out and
A
pooled,
little
I
bit
think.
of lamb in there as well.
Oh, man. What are you chewing? You haven't had any food.
No. You can buy a wrap on a Monday for £5. They have a full 5 out of 5 on the scores and the doors on the food hygiene rating as well. And I saw salad ingredients.
There's a really horrifying takeaway near me that has either 3 or 2 hygiene score on its door. Bro, it's so fucked. And they're always blasting that music on the TV.
Ingredients being brought in. Got a bit of garlic mayo on there. And I can grab a little bit of this sweet.
And they have a little glass tomb with a light bulb, like an easy bake oven with a pile of fried chicken where half of them have half the coating off. Salmonella and a side of chips.
Chili. And I'm not very good at this, but this is the first time I've had one of these shawarma-ramas. I call them shawarma-ramas. I think of banana-rama.
Okay.
That is good. I prefer these because look at that.
Prefer them to what? I think the wrap isn't, like, the diameter isn't good enough. You might need to dilate it a bit.
All fresh ingredients. Perfectly fresh salad. Everything is just right.
Perfect.
I'll probably have 2 of these.
Perfectly microwaved salad tubes.
These. And then I can have 2 tomorrow. The salad is amazing. I've got a full Mediterranean salad in here. There's olives and all sorts in. I'm going to chow down on these. These breads are marvellous as well. And a half, isn't it? Even
Go down the kebab shop, get bread.
I keep thinking of banana-rama, shawarma-rama, and it's shawarma. I know that. It's shawarma, but I keep wanting to...
All right. Okay. I had a baby's arm, and we're getting up to modern day. So there's the place in York that I went to. This Brazilian restaurant makes the best salads. £7 chippy. Special guest reviewer. I think we might be might be done, but
Oh, hello. Welcome back to Nicky.
Get fucking back. Get away from me. This is that boss in Resi 7, right?
Nosh. And today I'm at the Sea Catcher. Yeah, the Sea Catcher is one of the smallest fish and chip shops in York, but it's also Catcher is one of the smallest fish.
Was that a black frame or was there something in it? It's going too slowly. Whatever.
It is one of the smallest fish and chip shops in York, but it's also, I've discovered, even cheaper than anywhere else that I have been. The Sea Catch is on the corner of Union Terrace, okay? And I'll be walking behind me. So let's go in.
The terror in the voice. What?
Inside. Enjoy. Thank you. Hello.
Hello, how are we?
Yeah, I'm good.
Long time no see.
You are the same fella. I can recognise you with your hat on.
I've been here for a long time.
You've been working. It's your business. You've had it for 12 years.
12 years.
Can I still use my loyalty card here?
Yes,
right. Okay, that's good. Anything?
There
What did
we
you
go.
say to me earlier?
There we go.
Anything? Oh, there's a hook on here.
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking.
That's not a cat call, dog. That's like a gremlin call.
Keep-
The idea is if you get hooked on our discounts.
I'm with you. Well, I mean, I am hooked. And do you still give? You still do give people lemons?
Yes.
Wait a minute. No way. Has he got places upstairs as well? Crikey.
Okay, that's yours.
That's lovely. Thank you very much.
You have to understand, though. I think this demonstrates my point. We're talking about British women above a certain age, though. So, like, you can't.
Over to when it's ready.
Okay, my darling. Shall I sit myself down then?
Yes, please.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. We're at the Sea Catcher, 1B Clarence Street. It couldn't be easier.
Nicky walks in and the guy goes, "Hello, Dave."
Fish and chips, £8.20. Fish cake, £3. Battered mushrooms, $3.
You can still have the lemon if I can call you Dave.
$50. But I got a discount on the fish and chips because
Right.
it had a hook on it. It's got its own little cafe as well.
No, unfortunately.
Excuse me, would you?
Wait a second. I wouldn't go out of my way to show other people's bills.
Would you
I
do
don't
me a
know.
favour? Just step back so I can get that. Sorry, this YouTube business, you know, it's quite a... Just step back so I can get...
Hey, I got your receipt. Now I need some other stuff.
Would you do me a favour? Just step back so I can get that. Sorry, this YouTube business, you know, it's quite a thing.
Is that fucking Mogu Mogu?
No, I'll be fine. You're about to be famous.
Careful, I'll give you a bag. You sure you're okay?
No, no, I'm fine.
You got that?
Yeah, I'll open the door for you.
Are you just filming that woman getting her food?
Hang on.
Incidentally filming people, okay, but like, what is
There you
happening?
go, enjoy.
Thank you.
Well, she seems to have bought a lot of stuff, doesn't she?
What the fuck is this?
That's lovely. Thank you very much. You have a good day now. Okay, bye-bye now. Thank you. I've got my fish and chips. I've got some battered mushrooms. I've got some in-house made fish cake. Let's go back to the house.
Okay.
And
I've got a battered sausage.
something strange. Look at this. I recognise you. Are you the man from the Chippy tour? You are, aren't you?
So he's another YouTuber I've seen around. He's another YouTuber I've seen around.
Steve Peel, everybody. Huh, that's a shock, isn't it? Who would have thought I could bump into you? I've just been to the Sea Catcher. Have you been to the Sea Catcher?
Yeah.
My oh my, that's amazing. Isn't it?
You're
Can
right,
I
Nicky, how you
come?
doing?
So, either they arranged this meetup or something weird happened. I presume they must have arranged it, right? Yeah, it's an arranged promo. He shouted it out. Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Oh, I thought that was going to be his video on the channel. Hang on, what's it called? Sea Catcher. Has he posted it? Okay, something away with tree.
Nicky's okay, but at the Sea Catcher in York, and if I just have a look at the price here, £16.60 spent.
Cross promo.
And that includes on that batter, and that batter is sensational. Look at the way it holds.
They planned the collab in January. There we go. It was a planned cross promo, of course.
Onto that sausage.
Yeah.
So like I say, you do get some wacky people around here.
Welcome back to Nicky's Nosh. And today we've got Steve Field from the Chimney Tour. How the hell did that happen?
It's crazy how there are welcome back to Nicky's Knob. It's crazy how there are two of the same people on the screen dressed differently. Amazing. All right. That guy's not a Dementoid at all. He just reviews fish and chips. All right. Do you have anything else?
I always say that. I'm not a fan of mushy peas.
You don't like gravy and curry either.
Oh, no, I don't like gravy, and I certainly don't like curry. I've got a long story about curry. It's too long for me to tell you, really. But you do like them, don't you?
I do. And I like an onion gravy or an onion and mushroom gravy.
Did you get a gravy?
No, I'll stick with the peas.
Yeah.
And the fish cake and the fish and chips while we're...
Might try one of you for a little bit of mushy peas.
All right. Yeah,
Just put chip in or something like that.
That's the bit.
But as I say, he's obviously doing tourist trade, but he's also doing a lot of students. And so...
Sounds like there was a lot of ambient noise and they used a subtractive EQ, but it also murdered their voices.
Consequently, his product has to be perfect. You know, like some places when you're tourist traps, they'll just subserve anything, don't they? He stands by his reputation.
Stands by his reputation. Okay, this is nothing. 5 out of 5 and 9 out of 10. Let's go. The piss spectrum. What else we got here? Ox cheek. I need to look at a couple more, right? I ate a baby's arm.
Oh, hello. Oh, welcome
Back to Nicky's Nosh.
And today we're at Big Bite Sandwich. Got all the ingredients.
They're doing collabs because they know that's what YouTubers do. They're doing collabs because that's the thing YouTubers do, right?
Ingredients for the big meaty bar stud, so I'm going to come back for that in a week's time or 2 weeks' time. But for the meantime, we're going to have a pork sandwich, and also we're going to have a baby's arm. So come.
We got an interview.
My food. I bumped into the owner, who is Lee Richardson. Let's have a word with Lee and ask him a little bit more about Big Bites. How long have you been running Big Bites?
I started working at Big Bite when I was 17. And
how old are you now?
38. So I bought it 11 years ago.
You bought it 11 years ago, but you've been...
Alright, just eating a sandwich.
He's
Fine.
got a good command of what he needs to supply his market. The
Gotcha. Do you want to see a guy I like? Because he's fun.
Oh, hello.
Hang on.
I'm getting the 3-course set.
I don't think we're going to get any more Dementium stuff.
Now, the normal price.
Yo, okay. This is real talk. You want to go to a nice place. right? But it's expensive as fuck. You look at it and it's like, if I get a starter, a main, and a dessert, that's going to be insane money. Check if they have a lunch set menu, and it'll be like £25 for 3 courses. So many of these places have lunch set menus where you're getting good shit at a price way lower than you'd have to spend to get a real taste of what they can do otherwise. Lunch deals are godlike at these at nice places.
£50. So I'm getting 55 quid off. I worked out 6 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago, what I really particularly fancied on this set menu. Look at the redneck there. Saffrica. And the white wine. It's delicious. It's a good choice of starter. Really going on a bit of a journey with the old spices and the chilies.
Okay. I don't think there's going to be any more fun here. There's a guy I like not like super, not super hype content exactly. Bro. This is the micro food man I'm backing. I'm backing Fat Andy. I'm backing Fat Andy in the food tuber wars. All right? Why aren't you loading? Is this like an ad problem? Oh, come on. I need to show you. Look at this man.
Oil for Andy, yeah?
This joyous gammon. He just wishes happy birthday to people.
Yeah. Right, we've got a birthday today, Saturday the 5th of April. And this is for Lyra Coling, who is 10 years old today. And Lyra, you're from Liverpool, and you're a big fan of watching me and Kate eating spicy curries. Yeah.
Hell yeah. He appreciates his audience. He appreciates his audience.
I don't think Kay do, but well, her tolerance is getting up anyway.
There's a bunch of them. I also think that YouTube might be an excuse for him to eat, which is based. This is not a criticism. I think this is a based way to do YouTube food reviews. They ask him if he has a voucher, not to make sure he's using it, but so that they can give him one if he doesn't have one.
Oil for Andy, yeah? Right, I'm going to go get a crusty French stick with sausage and bacon in.
Crunchy French stick.
I'm going to go get a crusty French stick with sausage and bacon in from a place called Tracy's Baps in Lowestoft.
Loves his Baps.
Industrial estate. So let's go see what it's all about.
It was all about. Here we go. Belly Buster.
Right, you can see everything on the menu there. Everything was on there. Light appetizers, they do jacket potatoes, toasties, all your drinks, kids' meals, burgers, breakfast, French sticks, hot and cold sandwiches. Yep, you can see everything. Look at the breakfast, look, belly buster. That's a big one, that is. Certainly is. But yeah, got everything.
Nice cooking shot. This is the... I was talking about this the other day. Listen to the noise. When he shows the outside of it, listen to the sound. You can hear his breathing so loud.
Right, I'm just waiting for it. Got a nice tiger baguette with sausage and bacon in. Got a cup of tea.
Hell yeah.
See there.
Thank you. I didn't get a good enough shot of it initially.
Yeah, just waiting for the lady to cook at night. Everything is cooked fresh, so we'll trying to find a receipt. Let you good people know how much it was. Know what I've done with it, though.
This man is real. This man is real.
I'll find it in a minute. So the tiger stick is £5.20, and the cup of tea is £1.40. It is a nice hot cup of tea as well.
All right.
And we'll have a look at it when it come out and see what it's all about. Right, that's come. Look at the size of that.
Holy
Wow.
fuck! Yeah, it's so big.
That has got to be. Well, I reckon. Over.
In my mind, my fantasy is that he was like, I really want just to eat a big fucking sandwich, but I shouldn't. But if I do it for the YouTube, it's a business expense. It's business calories.
But 14 inches maybe long. Wow.
14-inch French dick?
Wow. Look at that bad boy.
The price is pretty sick for how much stuff is in it. Like, even if it's not quality, that's a lot of food.
That is huge. Sausages, bacon.
Bacon! I love it.
It's huge. Sausages, bacon.
Bacon!
You name it, they put it in there. That is massive.
It is pretty crazy.
Fresh stick as well. That'll get this up so I can hold it. That is absolutely huge. Let's go.
Let's go. Doesn't chew overly loud. Doesn't chew overly loud.
Wow. That is massive.
Always emphasizes the most important quality.
Goes on a tape measure. That's got to be.
I love him. I love him.
14, 15 inches long.
He's gonna be telling he's gonna tell his great grandkids about this fucking sandwich. He needs to know the exact length.
For that price, looks really good.
Look at his eyes. It's real love. This isn't fake. This is real. Look at his fucking eyes.
For that price, looks really good. Let's just have a look. There's the sausages and everything you get in.
Hell yeah.
That's really nice.
Testing the elements individually to make sure they're not hiding inferior ingredients in the mass.
Bacon.
Bacon is good for me.
Lovely. Nice smoked bacon. Wow, that's a fella. That really is. Let's go. And that bread is so fresh. The weight of it, though. I'm well impressed with that. And that tea is nice as well. The weight of it, though. That's brilliant for that price. Let's say it was.
We wish I had scales.
£5.20. That is well impressive.
That is pretty fucking... Yes, that is pretty fucking cracked. $5.20 for that.
What I'll do, I'll put all the links in the video description. Exactly where it is, but if you're local, you'll probably know. Tracy's Baps, that's called. Can't get all crumbs everywhere. Have to hoover the car out. Right, that's great. That's all I can say about it. Yeah. Subscribed yet? Please consider doing so to help the channel. That's all for.
Hell yeah. All right. Famous for his curries, and he's a bit of a chef. He is. Good tasting burger ? What a good fucking title. That's what we want to know. That's what we want to know. Does it taste good? Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. It's barbecue time, boys. All right.
Oil fat Andy, yeah. Right, pick this up. £1.10. It's the Nadia's chicken kebabs, made by Swartz. £1.10 from Tesco's. So what we'll do tonight is some kebabs, chicken kebabs. Not had this season before, so let's sit down and have a quick look at it. Chicken kebab, tip in your diced chicken, peppers, onions, wedges, and stir and cook.
Look at it.
A better knife.
He's flexing.
And just cut that off there.
I just cut things on a plate with a blunt knife.
Get rid of that. We don't want that.
Fat Andy crushes me culinarily.
Drop that back in there. Don't want that bit on there. I'm just going to cut this basically into some chunks, and then I'll go into the bowl.
He's gonna go into the bowl.
I can get it cut. I put the old knife on the sharpener steel. Right, 1 sec. Right, so this is all the chicken done.
Oh yeah.
The red onion. Bit of this over to start off with.
He's gonna season it up.
Get our hands dirty again and get this all mixed up.
Nice,
and
nice.
Babs.
Skewers them. Everyone sub to Fat Andy.
Right, I'm gonna carry on building these and come back to you in a bit. Right.
Wait. I've been sent a link as well. I've been sent a link. Fuck off, babe. I don't want to fucking see it. My girlfriend sends me, like, disgusting Instagram profiles. Look at this fucking freak. I hate these dogs. No. Put it right in the food processor. Get rid of this fucking thing. I want Disney to abduct this freak for copyright infringement. No, it's not okay, man. It's not alright. I hate it so fucking much. They forced this dog to twerk on the corner. Look at his face. Look at his shame. He knows what's been done to him. He understands. He understands. Fucking hell, dude. This is deranged. You've made him do enough, live through enough. Just give him the food. Don't make him do tricks. Fucking hell. Fuck off. This is important stuff.
Say something. There. And this is it. Right, what I want to do first is just try.
Probably the best thing I've seen a small food channel cook.
This, basically. And see what we've got. We've got Kay here as well, look.
Got the wife in.
Scene, smelt the food, didn't you? Come on, say something. The enthusiasm.
I know what that's like to deal with, okay?
Right, that's the chicken. What we've done is try it.
Oh no. Lucky be in the chat. I knew you would be.
That's quite nice, that is. What do you think? That's... Hold on a minute, it's hot. She's having trouble, eh? Bend that down a bit.
This man loves his wife.
That's quite tasty, actually, isn't it? Good girl,
Yeah.
Right, well, I've got
I wasn't lying. I told you I like this guy.
a wrap there. Put some of this garlic sauce on.
The
wow.
vat of garlic.
That.
She just looks tired.
It's very, very. Hang on.
Tasty.
That is tasty.
Yeah.
That's well seasoned. That's nice. I just rolled it in a wrap. Right,
there,
is really
a smile.
Nice. You know, let me just get another bit of this chicken. I really need to tell you exactly what it tastes like. That's got.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. If he says chicken as the first thing, I'm gonna lose it.
What do you think? That's got like a curry. Very hard to describe. I've got that little hint there, but the seasoning really works.
Look, you've got a bit of onion.
I know.
Did you drop
That really, really works, that seasoning. There, oh dear. I think you want your
Look
bed,
at
don't you?
All right. Not you. We need at least one more Fat Andy video. Is this a good tasting burger? For a microwave burger, my answer is yeah. I'm a Rustler's enjoyer. The pickle one's real good in my opinion. The pickle one's real good. Look, he's offering it to us. Even in his promotion, only generosity. Now, you shouldn't take advantage of this, but if you asked him for that burger, he'd give it to you.
Oil for Andy, yeah? Right, no.
It's the paradox of Fat Andy's generosity. He would give you his burger, but you shouldn't ask, because he deserves to have it.
Limited edition. Who like a Rustler's burger? The pickled relish cheeseburger. I picked this up at £1.16. That is from the chilled section. It's new and it's a limited edition, so I thought, let's have a look at it. Let's get a review and see what it's like. So let's have a closer look. So here it is, limited edition Rustler's, the pickled relish cheeseburger made of 100% British and Irish beef. Right, that's in the chilled section, as I said. Let's just flip over and have.
I'd worry if it was just out on a shelf. Yeah.
We'll look at the back. First of all, just tilt that up a little bit. How to cook: remove the burger from packaging, pop the bun into a toaster and the patty into a microwave, heating on full power.
You don't understand, Whaler. It is impossible, and it is known by all, to do wrong against Fat Andy. Therefore, is his generosity possible in a world where enacting it is impossible? Through his generous spirit, it is wrong to take from him. As an omniscient being, Andy knows this. Can it be generosity if he knows no one will take it? Even if he wants them to? These are deep teachings.
Then rebuildable burger, add a cheese slice with a perfect melt. Squeeze it with a pickled relish and enjoy. Yeah, so seems simple enough.
He's been told to enjoy it, so now he must.
It's the right deal to take to work. You can air fry these as well, actually. Cook for 2 minutes and flip the patty.
Don't give him ideas.
I might air fry this and see how that go. That's the ingredients in there. I'm struggling to read it. It's very small, but I can see allergens popping up.
All right.
Soya, wheat, barley, mustard, milk, as you see in there.
I see him.
If you want to take a...
He wants us to be safe. He doesn't want anyone, after hearing his review, to go and eat it without checking for allergens. He needs to put this first.
Let's say 43% beef. Very small writing. Nutritional information there. Anyone want to take a look at it? It's 169 grams, and I got this for £1.16. So, yeah, let's get it open and get started.
£1.16. I think I get them for 99p at my local.
So we've got the Russell's cheeseburger.
Let's go.
That's your slice of cheese you get.
Yep.
That's the relish.
Mm-hmm.
Burger inside. I'm going to pop this into the air fryer and
I microwave the bun. I just take the packages out and I microwave the bun. I like I like when the gluten gelatinizes in the microwave.
Pop that into the toaster and build a burger. Right, let's get on with it. Right, that's the cheeseburger out. I've toasted the bun.
Hell yeah.
What I've got to do now, get the relish. I'll melt the cheese on top. Yeah, £1.16 from Asda's. But I noticed some of these burgers, you know, quite a bit of difference in price depending on what you get. But
yeah.
The say was £1.16. Right, that's the burger, relish on. That's the burger on top. Happy days. And then we have one Russell's.
He's holding it to us.
Burger.
Be honest, how many of you tried to pluck it from the screen?
Let's try it out.
Don't think that happens. What, the gelatinizing of the gluten? It happens because it's cooked. It goes all squidgy and chewy. And if you don't eat it fast enough, it sets hard after you microwave it.
Not bad. £1.16.
Hell yeah.
All right. Probably packed full of rubbish, but
yep.
You know, that pickle's nice. I like
it
that
is.
Pickle on there, that pickle relish.
Nice little vinegary zing. By the way, that noise is not like he doesn't have someone locked up in the basement. That's just the noise some freezers make.
Wow. That really brings a flavour in. Does that pickle relish in there? There's a limited edition one as well.
Gotta get it now. Or we miss out.
Tasty enough. Soft, no grizzle in it. Bun is toasted nicely. What more can I say?
I mean, you did that though, so.
Good top.
All right. There's only one more thing to check. What was his first video? Does he make posts? He did a Q&A. This is unbelievable. This is the realest man of all time. He has an AOL.com email address. No way. No way. Fat Andy's chicken curry 2 years ago. Homemade doner kebab. Nitro poured lager. Buffalo nuts. Cold in his shed. We need to keep him warm, dude. Who let Andy get cold? Oh fuck. Let me see the. Let me see him taste the curry.
Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe.
Does he not taste it? Oh, I think he just made it and didn't taste it. The double McPlant is my favorite McDonald's burger. Well, the limited edition ones tend to be the best. My favorite standard McDonald's is the double McPlant. I think the McPlant tastes more like beef than the real beef McDonald's patties.
Fat Andy here. Now, I've been to McDonald's today, and
Sex Frequent says this guy needs to be protected. We've got to get him out of Britain ASAP. What the fuck are you talking about? That's like saying, I really like this fish, better take it out of the water. What are you doing? Are you insane?
I've picked up this new double plant double mac plant burger. No, I'm not a vegan. I'm not a vegetarian. I love my meat. I really do.
He is the realest lad.
But I just want to get it and see what all
Sorry, he's too old to be a lad. He's a bloke.
the hype is all about. Yeah, I've never had anything like this before. So
If he gets cut, Marmite comes out.
really, we're going to give it a try and see what it's all about. That's the burger.
Oof.
Plenty of sauce.
Oh, it's not. When I get them, they're like, oh, they've got like char grill marks on them and stuff.
Lettuce.
The only negative to the McPlant is like texture isn't quite right. But the thing is, the McDonald's beef patties are fucked anyway. They're like made of shredded up kitchen roll.
You can see it there. All piled up. Looks like tomato sauce. Looks like a bit of mayo on it. And that's your burgers.
They don't look well
let's
cooked.
Get into it, and
they do not look well
give you
cooked.
my opinion, what I think. Here we go.
Oh. Salad dodged. Oh.
It's different, I will say. The texture is definitely different. You can see here. Look,
It's way thicker, but it's softer.
It's a lot softer.
Yeah.
The so-called fake meat, the McPlant meat.
Yeah, he is not a fan. He's trying to be diplomatic.
It's not horrible. It's different. I don't know what to think. I've read a review that somebody did in the Daily Mirror, and they said,
"Oh,
you can't tell the difference." Yes, you can tell the difference.
Yes, you can, 100%.
It's a different taste to the normal burger.
Yeah, it's better. It's actually
I
better.
don't know, it's hard to describe. That's not horrible at all. Definitely not horrible. The meat is slightly softer. Let me have another go.
He's already called it meat. I enjoy it, but I haven't been corrupted to the point where I will call it meat. I will refer to it as the patty. His eyes look like his childhood is being erased. It's like the burger is going into his brain and making him forget his marriage. It's like it's destroying him. Hang on, let me get a good pause. I need to show you something. This is, in those eyes, is a primordial longing for a real burger. He is being possessed by the spirit of Cupcake Dog. He doesn't want cupcakes though, he wants a Big Mac. No, baby.
That's not too bad, to be honest. I'm going to be brutally honest. That's not too bad. Do I prefer this over the normal burger? No. That's the answer to that.
Oof.
But
that's brutal.
It's not awful. That is quite tasty. I mean, as I say, I'm not a vegan. I love my meat, and that's the end of it.
That's so good. I love my meat, and that's the end of it.
I mean, all your pickles are there, your salad, your gherkins are there, your sauces are there, obviously your cheese is there and everything, as you can see there. Yeah, that's not bad. Score-wise, against a normal burger, I'd probably go for a 6, to be quite honest. Whether I'd rush out and buy another one, no. I mean, somebody bought me one and said, "Oh, I got you this." They didn't have any normal burgers. Then yes, I'd eat it. But to me, in my honest opinion, and this is my opinion, is that I like the real meat. Will I be converting into a vegan? At the moment, I very much doubt it, to be honest. And again, that is my personal opinion. Yeah, that's all I can say about it, really. Texture is a lot softer. Yeah, that's
all right. We have one more food video courtesy of my girlfriend. Andy likes his curries, but I presume we have another piece of Indian cuisine. Why is it that color? This is a traditional funeral. He's sending the egg out into the Ganges. All right. cooking his egg with a fly swatter. Ah! What the fuck, bro? Why is it turning more brown when his fingers touch it? Fuck me. DSP tries it, being an Indian street vendor. Oh, I think there was something else I was going to say. But I digress. That's all for tonight, lads. What do we even do today? Oh yeah, we did Chikorita hate and then a bunch of food. Fat Andy, top foodman. Top foodman. Wait, there is one more thing to show you. I regret to inform you. It's over. Gary Eats sold out. Okay?
Travel. And you're like, well, how did that happen? If you use Surfshark, what they do, they actually change your location. So I'm going to put it in the description.
2 minute Surfshark ad. 3 minute Surfshark ad.
Cheers.
Oh. Anyway, I'm just joshing. He can do ads. It just the length of it is a bit crazy to me. Anyway, ladies and gents, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I hope you had a nice time. I had a nice time today. Maybe I'll tell you about it sometime. Nice time at the garden center, looking at vegetables. Got a bunch of strawberries. I'll see you tomorrow, though. I'll tell you about it tomorrow. Until next time, thanks for the viewership, companionship, incredible generosity. Good night. Sleep time. Don't let the so-called fake meat bite. Love me, mate. And that's all there is to it.